Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wow.
No, just the board.
I just always say Mr. Wilson.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I move we enter into executive session with Mr. Dorothy and Mr. Bland to discuss personnel pursuant to the exception under coma for non-elected personnel. And the open meeting will resume back in the PAC at how much time? It's 6:45 now. Do you want until 10, till 6:55? All those in favor? Aye.
Oh,
I don't
gosh.
know.
Okay, I don't feel good about that.
I move we go into executive session with Mr. Dorothy to discuss personnel issues pursuant to the exception under comma for non-elected personnel. And the open meeting will resume at 7:10. That's 15.
Yeah,
What's six-
15. Let's do that.
Okay, at 7:10.
All those in favor? Sorry, Megan.
session. So at this time, appointment of Board of Education member. So with the resignation of Carrie Stevens, as everyone knows, with that, there is a legal process that requires the current board to appoint the new member. And that is by statute. I've had a lot of questions about that. Why not have an election? Because that's not what the law says you do in these situations. You appoint. And so what we asked for from there, the process can a little bit be what we want, which is we asked folks to send in applications for, they're interested in the position. And we had 6 folks respond. And so before we go any further, I would just like to say on behalf of the board, looking at another really long night, I am absolutely thrilled, and I know I speak for everyone, that there are 6 individuals who have been following, know what they're getting into, and still said, sure, I'm willing to serve. And that in of itself, regardless of how this turns out, I just really want to say thank you for, because we're living in an interesting time, and the willingness to serve is noted and very much appreciated. The questions that were asked on the application, just to go over that, why are you interested in serving in the school board? What do you believe are the 3 most important priorities for the school board at this time? Please explain your answer. What particular skills or experiences have prepared you to serve as a school board member? What do you believe differentiates you from the other possible candidates? Lastly, what school committees or groups have you volunteered for in the past or present? So those are the kinds of pieces of information that we were looking for on the application. That deadline was Friday at noon. That gave board members the weekend to review. And so at this point, we will also give the opportunity for folks to speak for 3 minutes, each of the candidates. And I have a little thing in here where I did, I can't find it, with names, okay. Must have fallen out in my car. I want it to be as random as possible. So what I'll do, as I call out your name, you'll come forward. Basically going to do pin the donkey on my phone here. Sorry about that. As I call your name, you'll be able to come forward and step up to the mic and have up to 3 minutes to make whatever statement you would like to make to the board. After each candidate has completed their statement, then board members, I will open the floor for motion to appoint. And that's how it will work. Okay. All right. So, all right. First up is Mr. Skaggs.
Good evening. My name's Ron Skaggs. As you said, I'm very pleased that we had as many people apply as we did. That speaks well for our community. I had concerns being what I would term an off election and not the process of a regular school board election. How many people might be willing to step forth, put their name in. I didn't want to look at some point in the future and say, I wish I would have done that. So as I considered putting in my application, that concern is what really prompted me. But again, I'm very pleased that we had the response we did. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we will hear from Mr. Neufeld.
Good evening. For those who don't know me, my name is Kelly Neufeld. I'm married to my beautiful wife, Stacy, and we have 3 daughters. My oldest, Madeline Neufeld, was a 2016 Baldwin High School graduate and recently graduated from Kansas State University. Carly is a junior in high school here at Baldwin High School, and Chloe is an 8th grader at Baldwin Junior High School. I own the Farm Bureau Financial Services office here in Baldwin and in Ottawa. We live just north of town, and our family fell in love with this community, and we moved here for the schools, wanting our girls to have this educational experience, and we've been grateful that we did. I have served on several boards over the years, including the Kansas Agents Association for 10 years, including the presidency, Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, Community in Schools, Baldwin City Rotary Club, and others. I currently serve on the USD 348 Site Council, and my wife serves on the Junior High Site Council and is the co-president of the Booster Club. I realize these are challenging times during this pandemic, but I still find myself motivated to serve. I think serving while I have children in the district will allow insight I wouldn't otherwise have. I've learned much over the last 21 years from building a successful business. I hold multiple insurance licenses and my Series 63 securities license. I feel USD 348 has a passionate and knowledgeable board, and though I do not know everyone's background well, I feel I can bring a business perspective and finance knowledge to complement your talented group. I think it is also important to be open-minded and not be politically motivated to serve, and that is my commitment. If selected, I will be honored and look forward to working with you to make our school district the best in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Mr. Rawls.
Thank you for having me. Similar to the gentleman in the back, I was also a bit concerned of maybe what the turnout might be. But similar to everyone here, I'm also willing to serve if need be. My name is Kristen Ross, and I will be honored to serve as a school board member for the USD 348 district. As a licensed master level social worker serving in the USD 348 district, I've experienced with some day-to-day challenges that face students, staff, and families within our district. Families are worried about students getting back to school in a consistently safe way. They are also concerned about transparency regarding their children's education. Staff members are concerned about whether the stress of the last couple of years will finally catch up to them and lead to an early burnout. Students are concerned about COVID anxiety, isolation from friends and peers, and all the while attempted to juggle having good grades in school. The most recent Surgeon General report, December 2021, highlighted the negative impact that the last 2 years would have on students' mental health. Specifically, as many young people, honestly, many people in general, felt lonely and isolated, unable to access mental health resources. As a school board member, I would be prepared to help tackle these challenges in a collaborative way and represent a broad range of other interests in the school community that I serve. My background as a mental health professional has always allowed me to work from the perspective of keeping the client first and attending to the needs of the community and the population that I serve. This same professional mindset is something that I would hope to transfer to the school board, along with other transferable skills such as asking difficult questions, researching viable solutions, and negotiating agreeable outcomes for our community members and stakeholders. These skills, along with my empathy for each child, can be assets in the face of the district's current challenges. I've developed a robust network of mental health professionals and nonprofit organizations that would be beneficial in supporting the community during this unprecedented time. In order to address this need, I hope to collaborate or vote on a policy that can lead towards policies that can create more partnerships with outside organizations and develop an infrastructure where it's very rare for family, staff, or students to fall through the cracks in our community. I look forward to working together with our community to secure quality education for all our students and adequate support for our staff members. I would be honored to have your vote for school board.
Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. Cox.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Cox. There's a lot of reasons I'd like to serve on the school board, but I'll try to condense those a little bit tonight. I felt called to serve on the school board for a long time, and after long discussions with both my husband and my kids, I feel like the time for me to devote myself and my time to that is now. I have 4 kids that are spaced 3 years apart between each of them, and they range in age from 4 to 14, meaning I'll have 1 child in each building next year. So I definitely have a vested interest in our school district. My kids are actively involved in their schools and education. So over the years, I've built good relationships with many teachers. And one of the big reasons I want to serve on the board is to help give students and teachers a voice. Over the last few years, I've seen a few gaps widening that I feel passionate about closing. The mental and emotional health of not only our students in our district, but also the teachers is a big concern. Our world has been rocked through the course of the pandemic, and we need to help our kids and teachers adapt in ways that allow for teachers to do what they do best, teach, and for the students to be successful in the classroom and set up for successful futures beyond graduation. I also see the absolute stress teachers carry on their shoulders. Raising morale and retaining the fantastic teachers we've been blessed with needs to be at the forefront of priorities. I obtained my undergraduate degree in psychology in 2003, and I have a master's in business administration. I've been in business management for 16 years. When I started my career in the business field, I started as an entry-level position, answering phones, filing, and continued my way up the ladder into running the business in its entirety as CFO of the company. In 2011, I completed my MBA with a specialized certification in human resources. My job is very broad, but includes approving payroll, seeking out, negotiating healthcare benefits, managing those benefits for our employees, developing and coordinating company policies, ensuring compliance with the organizations and government agencies we work with, implementing employee training and development, and finally interviewing, hiring, and retaining employees. I have a lot of experience creating and following budgets for my multi-million-dollar companies and a good understanding of how finances work at a business level. My job is based in the trade field, so I think bringing the 21st century knowledge base would be a huge help to the district moving forward. Aside from my business experience, I feel would serve me well as a board member. I believe I have many experiences within the schools and community that have also prepared me. I'm passionate about volunteering my time in the schools and helping to support teachers in any way I can. Along with my husband and kids, I'm involved in many aspects of the community through sports, activities, Baldwin Academy of Voice and Dance, Boy Scouts, and more. I believe I have a unique understanding with exactly how families experience the outcomes of school board decisions. I'm very knowledgeable in regards to special education and have a deep understanding of how the IEP process works. I have a vested interest in every level of education as I have 4 children that will be at each learning level next year. I have a good working knowledge, understanding, and interest in a variety of curriculums. And I have helped serve on the elementary level PTO and site council for the last 6 years. Within that, I've helped to plan and execute back to school events, school carnivals, book fairs, teacher meals, and teacher gifts. And I volunteered time at events like Bold Cup Stroll, Winter Workshop. I helped plan and execute a fundraiser for the Intermediate Center music program to help raise funds for new instruments. I have volunteered in classrooms, helping teachers with sight words and classroom projects, as well as volunteering to set up classroom parties and events. While school boards should not be political or partisan, we live in a politically charged society. I always have been and will always be bipartisan. I have a special ability to look at both sides of issues and see others' perspectives. Since my family moved to Baldwin 7 years ago, we have found a home and a community in Baldwin, and it would be an honor to serve the citizens, school district staff, and students as a school board member. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. And tell me if I'm pronouncing this right. Gutschen Ritter, is that right? Great. Kate Gutschen Ritter, I got it.
I always know when there's a pause that it's going to be me. Hi, my name is Catherine Gutschenreiter. I go by Kate. Thank you for considering my application for the open school board position. I realize that a new member beginning with just a 2-year term is not ideal, and whoever fills the position would have to get up to speed quickly. Although I don't have experience specifically in an educational setting, I think my other experiences and enthusiasm for this position could help me be a good fit for the job. For the past 15 years, I've lived in the greater Casey area, and we moved to this district almost 4 years ago. During my time here, I've worked as a mechanical engineer, which, as I often explain to my son, is mostly a job of problem solving. Teamwork, clear and efficient communication, defining objectives and creating realistic plans to achieve them, and the ability to manage expectations are all skills I've had the chance to refine in my professional career.
My more important and more humbling job is being a parent along with my husband of 2 young children who are both enrolled in the primary center, which helps me understand many of the daily challenges facing parents and students in this district. I think that combination of experiences and skills could make me a good fit for the position and bring a valuable perspective to the board. I strongly believe public schools are one of the most important functions of our society, and their quality has an enormous impact on the health of the community. I'm interested in joining the board because I've come to appreciate over the past few years that my kids have been enrolled, and especially during the past 2 years of unexpected challenges for schools worldwide, how very fortunate we are to be in this district. I've been impressed by our experiences here and realized that it takes a concerted effort among individuals and leaders in the community, teachers, parents, and administrators, including the board, to make this happen. I'd be honored to have the chance to participate in this process, to give back to the community, better get to know my fellow community members and parents in the district and understand their concerns, so we can work together through the current challenges as well as preparing them and the school system for a successful and sustainable future. Thanks.
Thank you. And then the last but not least, Mrs. Bergen.
I am Kim Bergen. Most of you, I think, know me, but I have 3 girls that have gone through the school system or are in it. Avery is a sophomore in high school. So we have been, Mark and I were just talking about that, in Baldwin community for 20 years. Seems like it's gone pretty fast, but we are very connected to the community. I'm a business professional as a real estate agent and also currently the HR and payroll manager at East Central Kansas Cooperative. And I also served as board clerk for several years for the high school as I worked at the high school. So I've always had a lot of education connections, but also have a lot of focus on our district and have passion for that. So I'm going to stick to my notes. With the 3 most important things that I've already focused on would be the realm to support our staff and students, also focus on academic success, and also the district financial stability, which is very important. And I believe I have a lot of things to support that, being HR, payroll, business manager, and working in those fields. I should be able to support that pretty well. As far as things to bring to the board, I'm coming with a positive attitude, knowing this is a really difficult time, having a lot of friends and connections that are teachers, that are administrators. We need to come together and unify. And that was part of the notes that you guys already have. That was my biggest thing, is to focus on unification and starting to move forward. We need to come away from the COVID, figure out what we need to do, but unify ourselves and move forward academically, financially, and look to the future. And that was one of the other things that I really believe we need to look at, is the values of long-term planning. We need to continue to move forward and look at where that is. And that means efficient and timely decision-making, but also understanding other people's views, but not coming into it in a biased opinion or political opinion, but to move forward and go together. And I'd be honored to work with you because you guys have been through a lot, but there's some really good candidates. So I'm really excited for our district, and I look forward to helping in any way I can. So thanks.
Thank you. So here's the math I'm doing. There's 6 of us, 6 of them. If anybody of you familiar with the substitution signal, we are really lucky to have such qualified candidates, and but we can only appoint 1. And if you are not appointed, I hope that you will consider running the next time around, because this has been a really wonderful display of a lot of different talents, gifts, and willingness to serve. So thank you very much. At this time, I will open the floor for a motion for appointment.
I'll make a motion to appoint Kelly Neufeld.
Motion to appoint Kelly Neufeld. I'll second. All those in favor? Oh,
So fast.
Mhm.
Just,
that was the process described, Susan.
no, I know. I just thought there might be a little discussion. Some people might lend some insight or something, but I'm perfect. There is no wrong answer. There's just no wrong answer. I don't, it's very difficult to choose one over another. I tend to lean towards what complements us as a board. And I think that every individual here brings skills that would complement all of us. So I will just be quiet, let the process go.
I didn't mean to fight you. I think what we want to do is not get into a discussion debating, and I apologize if it came across that way. I think what we want to do is we have the application, we've heard them speak. I am personal friends with 3 people in this room, and I do not have any desire to debate the merits because every single one of them are worthy. So it wasn't meant to, I didn't mean to a takedown, but from a procedural standpoint, what I want to do is we describe the process going into it, and now here we are, and you vote in favor or you vote against, and you just rip that very uncomfortable Band-Aid off, knowing that any one of them would do a wonderful job. So the motion has been placed by Phil, seconded by me. We'll vote all in favor, or if you are against, that's fine too. So all those in favor of appointing Kelly Neufeld for the at-large position, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 Aye. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. All those opposed? 2. Motion carries 4-2. Kelly Neufeld, you are the new board member. So you will get to come right up right now and get to work. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to call a 5-minute recess so that Megan can give you the oath information and we can brief you very quickly because you're going to cannonball right into the end of the deep end tonight. Okay? All right. So we'll call a 5-minute recess, 7:33. We will resume at 7:37. 7:38. Thank you.
Right up here.
Mhm. Did you see all those papers in the back that you have to sign?
I did not.
I left a pen back.
well,
there.
when we get to that, I'll just see.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it here.
Okay.
Fine with you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know whether to apologize to you or say congratulations.
Thank God, because I don't know what that.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you.
Well, hello. Okay.
Hello.
How you doing? Right now, you want
we will call this meeting back to order and keep moving right along. We're still on C, organizational items. At this time now, we will elect a new board president and vice president. And so again, we will just open up nominations for those positions, starting with president.
Yep, I nominate Kelly Bethel Smith to be president. Wait, before anybody. All in favor? Okay. That's my nomination.
Okay,
My motion.
so Phil has moved and Chris has seconded. Now, again, if you're not cool with that, you just simply vote against and we move on, and that's called what we call a win-win, okay? So, all those in favor of electing me as your board president, please say aye and raise your right hand.
All right.
Okay, all right, motion carries.
You vote in that, Kelly, was that 7-0?
It was definitely 7-0.
I put my hand up.
Well, I wrote it down 7-0.
I just think it's weird to vote against, like, yeah, okay. But in all seriousness, I know we have a lot to get to tonight, so we don't want to linger too long on any one thing. We have a lot of work to do, but I do thank you for that. I know that it's probably combination of one of those things of nobody really wants to do it right now. But even if that is the motivation of a not it, I do want to say thank you for that, because it's been an honor to serve with each of you, and so I appreciate that, and I'm humbled to be your president. Okay, moving on to vice president. So as your new president, here's my pitch. As we just had 4 or 3 of you, Chris, Susan, and Phil, re-elected, what I do want us to start thinking about is how we can cultivate leadership. I don't know if I'll run again 2 years from now. And so what we want to start doing is making sure that we are looking ahead. So I don't want to totally upset the apple cart in our leadership positions, but I do want us to kind of tip it over and be thinking that way. And then next year, really start thinking about preparing for that next cycle. Chris is currently our co-op board, interlocal president. So I also want to make sure our workload is as dispersed as possible and just be really strategic about that, but also thinking ahead and preparing and cultivating leadership. Andy has been serving as our vice president. I spoke with Andy about he's also been our lead negotiator. And Andy knows the most about anyone on this board about the negotiations process. I know that's later in the agenda, but to me, these things all go together if we're puzzling. Andy, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said you would still be willing to lead in our negotiations process this year. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay, so because of that, I think someone else should be vice president, and then next year we need to make sure negotiations that we switch, that someone else is going to be lead negotiator next year while we still have Andy on the board, so that he can be, or however that works out, however you're comfortable,
Right.
but to really have that intentional person that's on deck, ready to go.
Am I muted or am I going out? I unmuted, so do I need to
You can
pick
hit
up
the
on
space bar, you'll be unmuted.
Okay, I am unmuted.
Oh, okay, good, then you can.
Do I need to do this? Okay.
For people to hear at home, not necessarily.
Yeah, so I'm willing to serve as lead. I'd like to be backup negotiator next year, supporting somebody new getting into that lead role.
Okay.
Would be my.
Well, as the assistant negotiator, I feel like I was a little bit of a vestigial organ, because a lot of those meetings are at a time that I can't be there. So I don't, if somebody else wants to step into that role, that would be a hard thing for me to go from being on deck to at bat, because a lot of those meetings have to happen at a time where I can't be there. So I don't know if I'm the right person to be that assistant to the director.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, and where we need to also go with other things that I know again are further down on the agenda, so I hate to skip back and forth. And I was told that neither one of you are interested in necessarily being the next potential president. I'm going to nominate Phil Harvey for vice president of the school board this year. It's a 1-year term, so you can get out of it if you don't like it.
I'll second.
All right, Chris has seconded. All those in favor of electing Phil, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so
Weird to vote for yourself.
congratulations.
Thanks.
So Phil, vice president. So we're going to circle back to this conversation as it comes to interlocal negotiations. We also have some other things that aren't on here that we need to talk about. But again, just really trying to disperse the load so that everybody has their thing. help me, don't help me forget, even though it's not on the agenda, and even if we don't name it, district site council. The chair of the next district site council needs to be someone who is not me. So let's keep all of that in mind as everybody takes a hold of something. Okay. All right, we've got that taken care of. Moving on, may I have an approval for the consent agenda, please? That includes our minutes, bills, payrolls, etc.
Yeah, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Phil moved and Tony seconded. Thank you. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Can you tell everybody we need to contact the city?
Yes, so part of that are the board appointments, resolutions, and designations. That happens once a year. So those are things that we also have to sign. They're in the back. Please do that before you leave, or we'll have a bathroom break at some point. Okay, thank you, Megan, for the reminder. All right, at this time, we now have our time of recognition, and we have our educational program highlight tonight. Mr. Bland is going to come up, representing the junior high and make introductions. I see Mr. Schneider here, who is also a member of our district site council. So thank you for joining us, and Mr. Bland, I'll turn it over to you.
Right, well, you stole my thunder.
Oh, sorry.
I'm here to introduce Cameron Schneider.
Sorry.
So that he can talk to you a little bit about what we've been doing with Chromebooks in our building over the last couple of years, especially how that's kind of helped us lead through the SAMR model. I don't want to steal your thunder. But, Cameron Schneider Esquire.
Esquire, okay. No, I put him on TV though. So, Madam President, members of the board, thank you for having me. Just giving you guys a little tech update for the things that we've been doing in the junior high. Last time I appeared before you guys talking tech, it would have been spring of 2019. I think that's the year that we formed a blended learning committee with other staff members, with Mr. Bland at the junior high. We were trying to either decide if we wanted to have iPads or Chromebooks for our classroom. And I looked back at that presentation and thought, man, that felt like it was 75 years ago. All the stuff that's happened since then. So just kind of to go back and look at the things that we were trying to accomplish with that and going with Chromebooks. The first thing that we were looking at was finding a device that was cost effective. We feel as if that we've achieved that at the junior high. I know just based on the last presentation that we did 3 years ago, we had the potential savings of around $48,000 at the junior high if we went with the low-end Chromebook model compared to an iPad model. How that's shaken out over the last 3 years, I'm not privy to that information. I'm just an 8th grade social studies teacher. We also like the keyboard, the cursor, and the screen size, but the biggest piece that we wanted to make sure we were able to serve our students with, and Mr. Dorothy really hammered this home in our first meeting with our blended learning committee, was that we could really invest in something that would provide our kids the opportunity to utilize the SAMR model to its fullest potential. So I believe Jana shared with you a presentation that I cooked up today. Do you have that in front of you? Okay, good. And those of you watching at home, you can see this later too. Okay, so with the SAMR model, and I won't bore you with all of this, it's just a 4-step model for ways that technology can be integrated into the classroom. And the simplest way is substitution. Augmentation is the next level, and those are just enhancements in the classroom. The 2 higher levels, which is the transformational phases, are modification and redefinition. So I've basically broken down the different ways that we as a junior high have been utilizing the SAMR model in the classroom. With substitution, our Chromebooks have allowed us to take old school paper pencil tests and assessments. We can throw them out the door. We now use Google Forms for a lot of tests and assessments. It saves a lot of time on grading, which I'll be honest, as a teacher, that's like my least favorite thing to do. If I can have a Google Form grade, something for me like that, I really, really like it. There's no longer a need to reserve a computer lab for any extended technology use. Prior to having our Chromebooks with our kids, we had 2 computer labs in the building. One was in room 308, one was in 309. We had around 50 to 60 computers available. And with a school of over 300 kids, it's very, very difficult to get a computer lab when you need one. And coming as the new guy 6 years ago, I didn't have all my stuff planned out. But Patty Flory Evans and Deb Kalkman, they had their whole year planned out on August 1. So they would get on the spreadsheet and fill in every single day that they're going to use the computer lab for the entire year. And being the new guy, I never knew, well, I'll use the computer lab next week, and I get on that spreadsheet. I couldn't get in the lab. And I know I wasn't the only one with that problem. So having these devices in our kids' hands, I can think of a technology related assignment 2 days prior to implementing it in the classroom, and I don't have to worry about, well, crud, am I going to be able to get my hands on devices for kids to use? So that's been a real game changer. And as you know, having Chromebooks during the fourth quarter of 2020 and for the entirety of the 2020-2021 school year, that was very instrumental in giving our kids the opportunity to continue to learn in an unconventional school year. We'll just leave it at that. For augmentation, we've at the junior high, we've been using a program called eHall Pass, which has allowed our staff to manage hall passes for students in a far more efficient manner. It allows us to keep tabs on where students are at all times. Classrooms with e-textbooks have features that a traditional textbook doesn't have. For example, in my social studies textbook, the publisher partnered with history.com, and there are videos embedded in the textbook. If new content comes out, the publisher gets in contact with History Channel, they update it in the book like that. Rather than having to buy a textbook and then, oh, this new content came out, we got to wait 10, 15 more years when we can afford to buy a set of 120 textbooks to get that new stuff. This has been a really big game changer for that. Teachers have also used programs like Quizlet and Kahoot to give students new ways to study and to review content. For modification, how our information we share with the kids, how we share information with the kids has drastically changed over the last 3 years. We've got new ways for students to present information with Google Slides, with programs like Prezi. There's new ways for students to collaborate with one another on projects. I'm just simply sharing a Google Doc with a classmate, sharing Google Sheets with classmates. All my kids can hop on that all at once and work collaboratively together in one setting. Google Classroom has been very vital to our school over the past 2 school years, and it's going to be a very important learning management system for us going forward. And then finally, the highest level is the redefinition level. This level has been most apparent in project-based learning this year. Teachers are now able to monitor their students' progress and assess student knowledge through new ways. We've got teachers who are creating podcasts. We've got teachers who are having their students design websites. We've got teachers who are having students design magazines. Personally, I was able to get in contact with a classroom in Norway last year during the election, and they were having an election night lock-in to follow our presidential election, and I was able to Skype with them, which never would have happened 10 years ago. Why they're following our presidential election when half of us don't even want to follow it, I don't know. But yeah, I'm able to visit other classes, not in Lawrence, not in Goodland, Kansas, not in Denver, in Norway. And all that is through the technology that we have in our hands in the classroom. And then the final piece I have on there, I know Mr. Webb's 8th grade class did a time travel commercial project this year. And that they had to, I think, advertise, come visit the Jurassic period, come visit the Cretaceous period. And they were able to utilize our technology in the classroom to do those things. So if you have any questions for me about things that we're doing at the junior high, I'd be more than welcome to field any of those.
Do you speak Norwegian or they spoke English?
They spoke English, and it was crazy. They were all high school kids. Mm-hmm. So my 8th graders were a little intimidating, especially when they got on the screen and you're like, oh, wow, that kid has a beard. And they spoke perfect English. And after we got off the call, one of my students goes, do they all speak just perfect English like that? I'm like, you'd be shocked how many students in European countries, they speak 2 or 3 languages. And like, y'all struggle with the English language. Yeah. I need to pick up on some Norwegian practices. So yeah. It was a really cool experience. Cool experiences. So
Anything else? All right, thank you for your guys' time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We don't have a certificate, but we have a little thing we say. USD 348 promotes and supports academic excellence or excellence in all matters of the district. I'm paraphrasing. So on behalf of the board, thank you, Mr. Schneider, for presenting what's happening with technology at the junior high. We appreciate it, and we would like to give you a round of applause. Thank you. All right, public comment. For the record, Mr. Rawls did sign public comment, but I think it was because for the board. So that was the only record of that. We have, looks like we have none. There was no other signups. We'll keep moving on. Financial report. ESER 3 work is up first.
So we wanted to bring the board of Cindy, Cindy, Janet, and I have been working since before the winter break on trying to get us all through what would the ever-changing rule for this. So I think we can have that. One of the things that has to happen, and it should happen in the next couple of days, are meetings with different representative groups. We're going to accomplish that through Zoom meetings that are going to allow them to come in. We'll make a presentation to each group, and then they can then provide input, like it, don't like it, have you guys thought about this? That's the idea here, is to provide that input. And I know Janet and Cindy are working on that. We are hopeful that within the next week and a half to 2 weeks, we'll be able to submit an application to the state. In order to do that, we probably, the last time we did our ESER 2, we asked for permission before we submitted that application. So in order to do that, I think we may ask for a special meeting, fairly short, enough to present the particulars of it and ask for your permission to approve that before we send it, our application on for our ESER 3 grant. But we're wanting to get that done. We definitely have a target date pretty soon for good reasons. Cindy, anything you'd like to add to that? Jana, anything to add to that? Questions from any board members on where we're at here?
So you found the prerequisite number of groups to meet
Yes.
with? Okay, I know that was a little bit concerned
In
about.
fact, we even were able to identify a couple of them. Small districts in the state of Kansas don't always necessarily have the civil rights groups. That is one of the things that has happened. And we were given advice on how that should happen through the State Department of Education, which is basically we can do a phone call with ACLU.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a local organization that you have to,
Not
okay.
on that one in particular, because we don't have one in the street Baldwin. And we thought about some of those small schools out in western Kansas, how do they meet that? And so they said that could be a phone call talking to one of these civil rights organizations and running your plan past them and asking them if they have any specific advice. So that's where we're going.
Good.
Any other questions on that? Okay.
Thanks for hurrying and getting that done. I know you guys want to really move on that, and we appreciate it. So moving on, the June 30th audit presentation.
Yeah, Sean Gordon is here from Gordon CPAs, and he'll be presenting the audit for June 30th.
Good evening, everyone. As Cindy said, my name is Sean Gordon with Gordon CPA. We performed the fiscal year 21 audit of the district. So I'll go through that bound copy of that audit report that you have in front of you. Kind of section by section, explain what you're looking at. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to stop me. We'll start with pages 1 and 2. This is called the Independent Auditor's Report. We were discussing including management and board's responsibilities for these financial statements in front of you, and then our responsibilities for the financial statements. And our biggest responsibility is to issue an opinion on the district's financial statements for fiscal year 2021. And if you flip to page 2, the first paragraph, you'll see a heading called Unmodified Opinion on the Kansas Regulatory Basis of Accounting. What this paragraph says is that the highest opinion that we're allowed to give the district for fiscal year 21, we did give the district for fiscal year 21. So it reflects very well on the financial and internal control management of the district for that time period. Flipping forward to page 3, this is called the summary statement of receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered ending cash. Here you'll see on the left-hand column all of the funds of the district, and then beginning cash, receipts, expenditures, and then ending cash in this summary statement. And you'll see at the bottom of that right-hand column, the ending cash of the district was a little over $6.38 million at June 30th. The next section is pages 4 through 12. This is called the notes to the financial statements. There's quite a bit of information discussed here, including information on the district's accounting policies, long-term debt information, involvement in the papers, retirement program, capital projects, and so on and so forth. This section is mostly the same as what some of you have seen over the past few years. There were no changes required by the state for fiscal year 21. I assume that will change with the next audit. They gave us a couple year break because of COVID, so I'm sure there'll be some major changes in this section next year. The next section forward is pages 13 through 38. This section is just more detailed breakouts of that fund, of the funds that you saw on page 3. In most of these pages, you'll see a comparison to the prior year, which is fiscal year 2020. And then you'll also see a comparison to how that fund operated to its budget adopted for fiscal year 21 as well. And then the final section in that bound copy that you have is pages 39 through 46. This is a new section that the district has this year. And anytime a entity receives and spends $750,000 or more of federal grant money, it's required to undergo a single audit. And so on page 39, you'll see all of the federal money and the federal grants that the district received and spent during fiscal year 21. And then towards the bottom of page 41, you see the district's media program. So a major program, we're allowed to focus on one grant program, and we'll check that program to make sure it meets federal requirements, state requirements, and federal guidelines. And so at the bottom of page 41, it talks about the Child Nutrition Cluster Grants, which was the major program for fiscal year 21. And then you'll see below that that we issued an unmodified opinion on that as well. So it reflects very well on how that grant program was managed by district staff and everybody involved in the accounting and child nutrition area. And again, that's the highest and cleanest opinion that we're allowed to give in that situation. So that's all from the bound copy that you have in front of you. We didn't have any auditor recommendations this year, which again reflects very well on internal control management and statutory management by district staff. We had another good audit this year. We appreciate Cindy and everybody else involved in the audit and helping us get through that this year. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions from board members? We like highest and cleanest. Thank you, Mr. Bergen and Cindy Frick, and then also the procedures all the way down that are that make all that work. So we really appreciate you and the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, job well done. That's a great report to have, even without all the extra federal funds and going on that have to be taken care of. So that's particularly great.
We need a motion to adopt executive audit.
We do? Yes. Okay, so I make a motion, we accept the audit as presented then.
Second.
Bill has moved and Susan has seconded that we accept the audit as presented by Mr. Gordon. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thanks, everybody.
Is this public?
Yes.
Okay, so is it posted somewhere if somebody wanted to look at it, or do they have to call and ask for about it?
Is it Bourne Docs?
How about people that have access to
I
board?
believe it's one
They
of the
have-
items on the website.
Okay.
But I can verify.
Okay, I'm just
that. There's
curious. I have no
it
reason,
won't be.
no, just
Yeah,
curious.
Most certainly, anybody could request.
Yeah.
but I do believe.
That's what, that was my question.
And if anyone doesn't want to hold on to your hard copies, I will take those back at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
So we can use those for other things as well.
Thank you. Not to belabor it, but this is a big deal. It's a really big deal, and I don't want to just scoot over it when we pursue excellence at all levels for students and staff, and again, just the child nutrition program alone, even, you know, with trying to sift through some of that stuff, it was daunting. And that's only one. And so again, just thank you everybody for all of your hard work on that. I feel like saying that isn't enough, but this represents hours and hours and hours. So thank you. All right, administrative reports.
Kelly?
ASB policy. Oh, yes.
Let me just add while
Yes.
we're here. I was on the board that hired Cindy. I know she doesn't do this alone. I know there's a lot of effort by a lot of people, but I want to tell her in person how grateful I am. She came at a time when we really needed her. And I'm super grateful for all the years you put in here. So thank you. Sorry. You're like, I put up with that guy once under protest.
Feel free to tag Cindy and all district staff. Hashtag highest and cleanest. What? All right, moving on. 'Cause I'm trying not to get emotional, so that's how I cope. We move on. All right, administrative reports, KASB policy updates.
You received the recommendations by KASB for the new policies. Sorry, Kelly, you called this up. I'm gonna catch you up on. So those were sent out. You should receive my recommendations on those. So on those questions on any particular policies.
That IIA one where you guys are, sorry, is that the right one? Still working on that one, but have a recommendation by Tuesday.
That was the, remind me, Chris.
Oh, sorry. It's the performance-based credits. In the notes here say that we're still considering recommending doing away with the policy altogether. It's in relation to this policy amendment provides that the board may allow graduation credit to be awarded to students for integrated academic or career technical-based education coursework.
So Brand and Jana, would you both come forward and maybe speak to that a little bit and tell the board your concerns on that particular policy? We have that policy right now, but this is suggesting some additions to that.
Some test out procedures.
And I know that they have some opinions on that and how they feel about that. And that's what the question mark will work. Because I was really giving, this will affect grades and his staff a lot, along with the end of that. So I kind of wanted them to say how they felt about that. I know they have some concerns.
I think our biggest concern really was, you know, in talking, and we did discuss this with our lead counselor at the high school, who's Autumn Weiss. You know, she's been here since I've been here and have full confidence in her. I think we've had one request in regards to this policy since she has been here. The biggest thing, I think where we wanted to get away from this maybe is if it was something, like an AP test, right, where it's standard and it's uniform, across districts or curriculum, I think we'd be more inclined to support something like this. But right now, we just felt like it really puts more on the teacher. And really the wording in there, if you look at the time frame, I think it's the student has 30 days to submit it, and then the teacher has 30 days to come up with the performance assessment. And so really, in our opinion, I don't think that timeline's ideal, because the reality is a kid makes the request, 30 days could elapse, the teacher agrees to it, they develop a performance assessment. The way that we saw it is now maybe 60 days into the semester, they take the performance assessment, maybe they don't pass worst case scenario, and now we've wasted 60 days. And so I'm not saying, on the realm of possibilities that there's not an instance where this might benefit someone. But we just felt like it was in our best interest, and then really also best supports our teachers really for what they might be trying to do. And quite frankly, again, we just haven't used it. So I guess it doesn't paint us into a corner.
And there's still a test out option under the gifted education piece, and there's our teachers are always going to do what's best for kids, and this means they can test out of one class to get to the next one. They're going to work that out. That the policy actually added more time and more labor and effort, I guess, to make this happen within that time frame. So we need our students to be preparing in spring semester. If you want to test out for the fall semester to go to a different class, then you need to be able to do this then. And that planning piece doesn't always happen.
So kids still have a mechanism for testing out of a course currently without this policy going into place.
Correct. Okay. Correct. This is just the way that it's worded, some sort of performance assessment.
Okay.
So kind of unnecessary regulation then. Like we already have a way to make this happen. There's not really a reason to make more rules or more things to try to make it better if it's already working well.
Right. Yeah. Right. I honestly, I don't even know, who might even be aware of this. Like, is this an option? And even that, I just don't know. I know it's not solely about seat time. I mean, there are instances, I still would like to believe, and I talked to Mr. Dorothy about some things earlier, that the relationship is important, right? And so I still would like to believe, certainly we want to help kids and do what's best for them. But then I also like to look, well, maybe that takes them out of a Mike Spillman's class or something, where I would personally believe that it's best to be in there and being mentored and doing those things. So that's one example. But in the end, I guess it doesn't paint our teachers into a corner if they were to get this request.
Mm-hmm.
So your recommendation is for the board to not have this policy soon?
I would just, I would like to eliminate it altogether.
But they still have that gifted route, test that option. So I'll back up just a little bit here. If I'm interpreting this policy correctly here, as it's proposed from KASB, it seems like it's making a mechanism for students to advance through their coursework more quickly by allowing them to take geography or ninth grade geography placement test, take that at the beginning of the year, ace the test, move on to another course. Is that am I misinterpreting that?
No, I don't.
Language?
I mean, I think, it's easiest for me to wrap my head around, some sort of science performance assessment, right? I mean, that I guess I just don't, I have a hard time, like, what does that look like, right? I mean, it's not so precise. I mean, the possibilities could be endless, really, I just think there's maybe it's too open-ended, maybe not enough guidance, like what would be the expectation of the teacher. I mean, I know you say performance assessment. I know what that looks like. But then who's judging the rigor and how it's relevant to that course? And is it really meeting the requirement, right? So it's like a prerequisite for another class. it seems like there's too many questions. I mean, in theory, I get what it's trying to do, but I don't know that it necessarily best serves that.
Yeah, that's my interpretation too. It seems clunky in the way that's getting delivered here, but the mechanism for getting kids to opt out of a class, if they already demonstrated the content knowledge for geometry, for instance, then don't force them to go through that course again if they make it pass the test.
And I would like to think that also too, we have enough options and things that we can do for students, you know, whether it be dual credit or, you know, Washburn Tech, that would better serve a kid than just getting the credit through this performance-based assessment. So questions, anything else? Kelly, I know you're chomping at the bit to probably get your first question in. Or something.
Take it to the principal here.
Yeah, okay, I'll observe a little.
Good.
And what we can do, and here's what I would like to suggest that we do, even if we're comfortable tonight. I would like to suggest that we hold on approving these until next month, because as board members, one of the most important things we do is create policy. And I would like our new board member to have the benefit of being able to look at the policy, look what we're even talking about. Then we all have a little more time. Some of us may have looked at it already. Some of us may not have had as much time to study that. Mr. Dorothy, that doesn't cause any problem with timelines if we punted on that till next month?
No, I kind of always explain it on the fact that we'll present this night, give you recommendations. If you're not comfortable or haven't had as much time as you would like to look at it, we can always wait till next month. So there is nothing here that has to be done immediately. So we can just set a goal of trying to consider these as a federal report.
I suggest we do that then. Okay, is everyone comfortable with that? Okay. Moving on, Kansas Education Systems Accreditation Report.
Or KISA.
KISA.
I should say many times, but we try, you know, we get too much into those acronyms and then other people don't understand what we're talking about. So that's usually abbreviated in healthcare educators say KISA. Rather than the Kansas Education Systems Accreditation. So there is a report that has to be submitted. The building put a lot of information into that. Janet did a ton of work on it. And most certainly we have to submit that report before our outside visiting team comes in. They go through that and ask us questions if we feel like we put everything in here that we need to, or they let us know. We don't think you put everything in that you need to. Then they will do a visit, go through all that, they will come back, make suggestions, and they will submit the report goes to the state because there are our accreditation. So that's our process where we're at now. And that visit is coming up February. So that's coming up real soon here. With that, Janet, do you want to talk about the report maybe a little more, or ask our board members if you have any questions about things that are in that report? We're here.
So this is the report, and we just downloaded it from the KSDE system. So the formatting stuff is how it looks for KSDE and how it will look for all districts. I would change some of that because there's censoring things I don't really care for. We will probably go through it, and there's still some grammar and some typos and things that we'll correct out of there. But if you have any suggestions for us, let us know by the end of the month, and we can still make changes. And it's still kind of in a draft form because it is up on the KSDE system. This really goes through, this was different this year because they say, since the beginning of your accreditation, so your KISA 5-year cycle, what has changed? And that's really what they're wanting to see, is how have you adapted with the data that you have and with the circumstances that you have within your community. And I would hope that all school districts have been changing these past couple of years based on things that are happening. And so they just want us to tell that story and say how we're adapting and how we're making things better and changing things just to try to tweak it and make it work for our community. We have met all the foundational structures. We are in compliance. I mean, when Mr. Dorothy and I talked with our OVT chair over the summer, we don't see any reason that we would not be accredited. So we have all of our data in place. We have things available for our OVT. So we're hopeful this is going to be a really good visit. Should be easy, should be fun. I'm just kind of sharing some of the great things going on in their schools. So any questions?
All right, thank you very much. Send the extra positive vibes on February 10th. And I hope it should be a fun day because there has been so much that has happened over the last 5 years. So thank you very much. All right. Virtual auctions for 22-23.
Janet did a nice job of putting the chart together that you see that about a virtual option for students next year. Most certainly, we've done a lot of studying. Last year, of course, the board said, hey, we want you to look at this. Where can we go with this? What's the better option or best option to move forward with this? So most certainly, we looked at a lot of those things. What I can tell you, and I will let Cindy think about it, but most certainly from a financial standpoint, doing Greenbush Virtual Academy gives us a virtual school option, but most certainly is not financially working well for the district. We're essentially giving those students away, basically, if you look at it from a financial standpoint. The money, in order to do it, is going directly to Greenbush, and so it's no longer here supporting our curriculum. So that is a problem and a challenge. And the city can tell you more exactly the extent of that with what we have. We have approximately 41 students enrolled in virtual school, at least at this time. Now, 41 now. Okay. So, and those range from 1 at the PC to 3 at the IC, and then gets more, of course, semester at the high school. So with that, we kind of started looking at what were the better options. Most certainly, I visited with principals on what they want to be able to do and have. Yeah, we'd love to have a virtual school. We'd like to do that. It's a great option. The problem is the finance part of it. So we've looked at both sides of that. It's continuing to take Greenbush. We looked at, okay, what if we create our own curriculum and try to keep it within the house? That is limited by law and statute. Most certainly this last legislative session, the legislature overall was mad at virtual schools and remote. So they put a whole bunch of it. Whoa, you're not going to do that anymore. So they made it more difficult for us to go out and do our own thing. But minimally, if we could do it past, to do a virtual school, we have to have an administrator of some kind, whether that's a full-time administrator. I don't know. It depends on how many kids are involved. You would have to have a secondary teacher and an elementary teacher. Minimally. That doesn't mean they can answer every question of the kids, but that would be the minimum. So if you're looking at that, the 2 teachers, that's $100,000 easily. Then you're talking an administrator, say part-time, $40,000. If you're going to do a full-time one, $8,000 or more to run an administrator. So running it in-house, if you went back to an Acellus, which I don't know that they would accept, the remote, yes, virtual, no. We have to see. But then you have that cost, which is not high, as long as we're staffing it ourselves, similar to what we do when we remote. But again, the legislature does not want what we did before, what we did to get through last year. So our options for virtual are this. In talking with the principals, there's not a principal there that doesn't say, well, sure, we still have an option. But when I ask them and say, okay, so are you willing to have your class sizes go up in order so that we can continue to afford a virtual? I don't have any takers. So they're not willing to give up other things in the building to do that. There are some concerns if you talk to the administrators about having kids in our buildings and getting them back in. Most certainly the last 2 years, we've had to kind of allow those things because of what we've been doing. So we gave parents that option. Prior to pandemic, what we had was a lot of credit recovery through Greenbush. Kids could take a class here, a class there. I failed freshman English. Now I'm going to take it online and make that up. So we've had that. And then we had less than a handful of kids that for them, it was the best option at the time to go to an online school. Sometimes it was a health issue, sometimes it was, we had the kids that did a whole lot of traveling in their lives because they were involved with high level of athletics that they traveled all over the country and world. And so being online, but it was less than a handful. So that's where we were before. And that's the virtual school we had. Remember, under the Greenbush Virtual Academy, we cannot recruit kids from outside of our district. In fact, our out of district kids that come here can't be in the online school. They have to go to brick and mortar to come here. So it's not like we can recruit to do that. It is different than, say, the Lawrence Virtual School. They can take kids from anywhere in the world, really, for their virtual. We cannot do that. That's the agreement with Greenbush. They don't want to compete with other school districts. So that makes it more difficult to do that. So essentially, and I don't want to take all of this because if you have more questions, Cindy and Janet can talk about different aspects of that. The building principals can talk to you more about how this works. But my feeling is to continue to say we need to do a virtual school that's not necessarily sustainable under the rules that we're having to live with now. And I know for some kids it's been successful, but I also know the financial burden that's putting on the district to do it as is. So my recommendation is that we not necessarily, that we continue some sort of credit recovery, which could be through Greenbush. That's not overly expensive to do, mainly because we have kids, families pay for that class they need. So not a lot of cost to us at all. But my feeling is that next year we're not necessarily go to or have that virtual school as we've had it. Most certainly I'm open to listening to that. I know a lot of you have. The truth is, I always thought as superintendent, when you did this, I always thought the incentive was we should be trying to do more to allow kids to do this. I always felt that very strongly. And I'm not so sure I don't still believe that. The problem is they have made it extremely difficult for whatever reason the legislature, the reasoning, no, we need to stop the stuff. And they almost voted to not have virtual school period. They were at the point where bills were coming forward out of the legislature to say no virtual school in the state of Kansas, period. I think that would have been a really bad step, especially when you go to higher education. They've gone so much to online coursework for those students. To me, I can sit here as a teacher in Baldwin, Kansas, and do my entire master's degree at Fort Hays State. And I know we have someone doing that, is getting their entire thing and doing it all online, and maybe only goes out to Hays once or twice during that entire degree. So why would you want to stand in the way of that? But that's kind of where we're at, and until they change the rules back, they're really making it difficult for a school district like that to continue doing a full virtual school. So that's where I'm at, but questions and discussion.
I mean, so, to your point from before, then, if somebody really had a burning desire to go to a virtual school, and they're going to go to a virtual school, whether we have one or not, like going to do Lawrence virtual school, we still lose out on the funding that we would get from them. So if somebody wants to go virtual and we don't have a virtual school, it hurts us. If we have virtual school and somebody does virtual, it hurts us, right? I mean, I'm hearing you right on that.
Yes.
I guess I'm not understanding with Greenbush, it comes out even, like in terms of finances, right? Like they're still technically enrolled here. We pay them $5,000. I mean, we pay Greenbush $5,000.
Correct.
Okay.
But understand, we still have our expenditures in the district. We still have to pay everybody to be here. So that costs $100 and some thousand somewhere there that we're paying Greenbush.
On the finance. We talked about this last year before starting it. I think we were saying we can get funding for that, and we can also have a program that some kids might prefer. And that we might look at our own program for next year, kind of resolving some of the financial challenges with that. At this point, we are doing Greenbush, I think 3,500 of the 5,000, 3,700 goes to Greenbush specifically. And, but we haven't done anything at the district level to offset those expenditures. And so that's where we're stuck right now. I just want you to know that that isn't the only option to not have virtual. We haven't dealt with the staffing for the 41 students that have left the on-site buildings, if that makes sense. So we're still paying all of the staff that we did before, but now we're also paying Greenbush. So that's the duplication that we talk about that problem being.
So that's what she's making there. The other side is we have not made that adjustment in the district with the 41 less students. But when I go to the principals, yeah, I want virtual, but you're telling me I'm gonna have to have a couple of 2 or 3 staff in order for them to go. That's the hard line. Now, I'll say this, if the board says that's still a priority, and that has to be, that can't not be, then most certainly, then we've got to go back and make those adjustments that Cindy was talking about within a budget, and then that means going back and finding places to take that amount of money, $100,000 out of the budget to balance it. Right now, it is not balanced by $100,000.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and I guess I see the lack of viability to having our own virtual school option, and I say that because we are 10 years behind most districts in terms of thinking this process through. Like, I mean, Lawrence Virtual Academy is well established at this point. They've got a viable option for themselves. For us to recreate that at this point for, let's say it's 30 kids next year, would be very challenging for us to staff in an affordable manner. I guess I'm still not clear on whether the Greenbush Virtual Academy would still be a viable option for us. And I want to couch that in the thought that we do lots of stuff as a district that does not make money. I will put every athletic endeavor we do in this district does not make money for the district. So these are services we provide to our kids here. And I want to keep that in mind too, that 41 of our families are using this resource currently. But so all that said, it seems like Greenbush is still a viable option for us. in the grand scheme of things, but I understand there's a lot of yeah buts in there, and I want to respect those too, but just weighing that logic there. So
In line with Chris's comments, do we have any idea how many of those 41 would go elsewhere for virtual if it wasn't offered here? And if I understand right, we're getting $1,600 a student net out of having them in our system and still being part of our district. I guess I'm initially, I need to get caught up on a lot of things, but just initially that seems to make sense.
Yeah, well, there's some offset. It's not offset at all. But well, certainly to deal with Greenbush, we have to supply the iPad, which is the price of $3,500 instead of $4,000. So we can get them a Chromebook cheaper than $500. So that works out in our favor. It's still a cost, but so I guess, let's see. So guys, I guess I'm not at a point saying that if you guys feel that is extremely important, that Kelly, good question. I don't have that answer. We would have to see what that would be and whether people would choose to go on or to stay. So I just think it's going to take more study on the finance parts. I want to make sure you really understand where the finance part of this is. Again, if the board says, no, we need a virtual option, virtual school option, we can do that, but then it will put us back to figuring out, okay, how do we balance this budget to make that happen? So, and I get your point. We're not here to make money.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's not our purpose. So yeah, we're not going to, but at the same time, it's like anything, the football program costs us so much money, and that's what we pay out for every year's benefit. Well, if you're 41 kids, and they need this benefit, and is this how we want to do that? And if it is, we just want to make sure you fully understand we've got to back now and figure out how to balance that out. And we've got to show that to you, what that looks like. We have to come out to show you what that looks like, because that's where we're at. I'm just telling you, after all the studying and conversations we've had and so on, that's kind of where we're getting to for us. I think our size of district is right at that difficult level of affording it. Greenbush makes it work because we're in 70 some districts and they've got 50, 60 kids per teacher, and so they can stretch it out and make that work. With 41 kids and 2 teachers and an administrator, that doesn't make sense inside to run any administrator. That's why you go through a Greenbush to do that. But anyway, Ray, did you go to vote for? Sure. Okay.
Well, obviously, we have the most students that are attending, Greenbush. And yeah, and so I understand, I'll be the first to say, like, on the realm of outcomes, right? There is always going to be some student that has a need. Prior to the pandemic, one of the points that I made was Greenbush was always an option for kids. I think prior to the pandemic, I want to say we had usually 2 or 3 for various reasons. I still feel like the intent of getting an option that was virtual over the past 2 years was for, health reasons, right? I mean, we had some families that were scared to come into the building. Maybe they had somebody in the household that, I don't know, going through a chemo or something, it was in their best interest, right? And really, I can't predict what it's going to be like next year. I mean, the reality is we might need to have that option, another year. me, I still, several things. I still feel strongly that we can best serve our kids when they're in our building. I mean, that's where our resources, my social work, my student support services team is there. My teachers are there. I feel like we can best support them if I can get them into the building. We've had some students that said, I needed to go online for anxiety, right? They're having anxiety getting into the building. So we'll try that option. But I wonder at times, is that just we're putting a Band-Aid? Yes, they still have access to our resources, but if I can't get them in the building, right, then am I going to get them in there? So I feel like when we have that virtual option, we're taking away that relationship. I mean, when I got into education, or we all got into education, it's relationships. I mean, you talk to a teacher over there, what's one of the reasons they got in? They probably had some teacher or educator that had a huge impact. So I'm like holding on to that, wanting to give that, to our students. I think the other thing that, as Mr. Dorothy mentioned, we could have that administrator, maybe it's halftime, we could have that teacher that's devoted, but the reality is that teacher is not going to be versed in everything, right? So if I have a question about chemistry, well, the teacher that we have hired is still going to have to go to that chemistry teacher, and now we're taking away time, So, and the last thing that I've learned this year too is two more things. It's not so easy, the logistics of taking those 25 kids and taking the classes that they're in, and then entering their grades manually, onto their transcripts. And then what did they flunk? If they did flunk something, then that's going in as an F. And then we work through then leaving that open on Greenbush so that they can, still have an opportunity to recover that credit. But then do we have too many classes open, and has it become intimidating because instead of 7 courses, now they're seeing 9? And so these are all things that we've had to work through. We've had some issues, right? It really wasn't brought to our attention until we had a young man that went and played football at William Jewell, and we got a call the day before he was supposed to play in a game. Something he going through the clearinghouse. We made a snafu, and he's like in tears in his coach's office because we made a mistake. We did get it remedied, but we didn't have the foresight to, even know that we were making this mistake that could hinder a kid. And then finally, I have some really good kids that are out virtual, and this is just me being selfish. But I want those kids in the building, and again, I'd like to think that we can provide best for them, but I also know that those good kids that are through Greenbush are going to model expectations and interactions for other students. And so if I can get them in and having a positive impact, I know that's selfish, but I want that, if it's 4 kids, I want that for the other 416. And then the last thing I will say, I just texted, the counselor. I still think that there's a lot of things that we can entertain, and maybe we've got to do a better job as a high school staff. I'm getting that message out, but I can, through Senate Bill or Excel and CTE, it used to be called Senate Bill 155. We can get a kid where they need to be. I mean, we've got kids that go to Allen County, and they take an agricultural class. We take kids down to Neosho. We always have kids that get certified as CNAs. We have some dual credit courses that's grown over the past few years. And so I texted, and I get it, I'm speaking to the college bound, but we have the ability to go to Washburn Tech and get some of those things. But why go virtual if I can get you in-house and get some of the course stuff knocked out, and then you're taking something online through Johnson County or so forth, and you can leave our building with 15, 18, 21 hours of college credit. I mean, that's a possibility. But I also think we can do things, in terms of welding and other things that aren't just for the college-bound student. I don't know. I mean, I get it. It's a lot to think about. I'm a big believer in what we can provide in-house, but I also will say, I get it. There's probably a kid out there that really needs to be, GVA. So just my 2 cents.
So here's my thing. one, I think we need to make sure something in front of the board as far as cost and how this cost thing is working. Two, ask the question like who would lead, or if there wasn't a virtual option, you can choose to go elsewhere, or you can add more. So I think we can gather that information. My question is, instead of belaboring this tonight, what other questions would you like answered before we come back to February?
One additional I'd be curious in would be, what are the other districts in doing about this virtual option? How are they handling it?
Yeah, ones that are our size too.
Yeah.
I mean, not, our league would be a good, pool to jump into there, but that's also, checking with Ottawa and those folks. Yeah, that's true. We're really small for that one. Yeah. So checking with Ottawa, there's other folks that are nearby. I should see how they handle that. Because I assume that they have, like for Wellsville, for instance, if they have this option, you just given their district enrollment, they may have 10 kids in there, and how are they navigating that conversation?
I think it also
data would
impacts
be
what the other
I'm sorry, go
41
ahead.
possibly do. Because if Eudora's offering it, Wellsville's offering it, we don't.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Susan?
I think data would be a good thing to bring to the conversation. Let's talk about what the post-secondary success rate is with the virtual schools. What is graduation rate? What are the ones who are choosing that pathway, are the ones that are kind of got by default landed in that pathway because they had issues in the regular class or a regular school. There's nothing I can disagree with that Brant's saying. I think that students being in class, in face-to-face, involved, engaged in school is best socially, emotionally, but I also hate to take opportunities away from kids.
Yeah, and to Susan's point too, these 41 kids enrolled in that program for a reason, and pulling that, we need to have a really good reason for pulling that reason away for them. Like whether it's health concerns, or they learn best online, or they're working 3 jobs while they do online school. Like understanding why they enrolled in the program in the first place is going to be beneficial for us to weigh those options with data, and knowing the finances in those areas around us, what they're doing too, to see how we should navigate this conversation going forward.
There's another piece of this, and it's what we're trying to do at home and school and what we use now. That is trying to provide, what we've tried to do is provide as many college or technical opportunities for business as we can. For a school our size, we probably present more opportunities for AP college classes during our school day than any school in the state our size.
Correct.
And because we're stretching that, it makes this as an additional thing more of a stretch. If you, and I'm not advocating this, if we drop our AP program, and I'm not saying if we drop that completely, we could find sections then with teachers to do that if we were not doing that business. And I'm not advocating that at all. So for college classes, we give the opportunity for kids to take college level classes in the day, and we try to put that in position. This may be stretching us, and I know we don't want to take opportunities away. I totally get that. The question is, we reached a point where, because of our size, staff numbers, how much further can we stretch to do all this business? Let's say within our budget. So anyway, I've got some good information here. Any last thing?
I want to see if Tony or Andy have anything. Okay, and then Janice got something, and then I have a question. Yes, Janice.
And the one other trend that we're seeing is that piece for credit recovery. And we're seeing more kids that are missing some of these credits, or maybe they had their full load and they've only passed 3 of the classes, and so they're behind. And I think we started that last summer with the summer school program and just trying to help kids get caught back up, and we're not caught up yet. So really something that could really help kids get caught back up and be able to graduate with their graduating class. So we really see something like that, something more of an alternative, something that we could fit with their schedules, something that would really work to help make sure they're caught up and on track for graduation. So the one piece that is kind of time sensitive is if we want to do our own virtual school, we have to fill out an intent to KSDE by February 11th. So if we want to do that, now we could also say, yeah, we want to do that. We want to explore it, and we fill out the intent, and then we say, yep, we're scrapping that. So in February 20th or whenever, we just need to know if that is an option that we still want to continue, then we'll fill out the form and get that started. And we can kind of be playing in both worlds at this time too. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. The one piece with doing our own virtual school is then on our next KISA round, we would have one more building. We would have 5 buildings that we would be monitoring data on because the virtual school would become its own building. So we have to keep that in mind. Right now, our kids are absorbed through our regular buildings and just part of Greenbush, but still our buildings.
So personally, I as much as I would love for us to have our own virtual school, I don't see the infrastructure in place for that to be viable. To me, it's Greenbush or nothing. So I don't know if that represents where the rest of the board is at. If so, that lets you know perhaps what you don't have to fill out in terms of that, because we don't have to fill that out for Greenbush. That's only if we do our own. Is the board comfortable with that piece? So we can just kind of, okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is, I need more time because a couple of questions that I have for Mr. Dorothy, if you can look at. One, it's the financial piece. I'm still not quite clear. I mean, I understand about the offsets. Are the offsets, do those need to be made to current budget year? But that's here because we haven't, that hasn't in place for this year, or is that moving forward? Finding 100 grand, moving forward.
It would be moving forward because we planned for this knowing we would be in the hole.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to verify that that's the case. So moving forward. So we have a little time to think about how to be creative about that. The other thing I wanted to ask is, are ESSER funds in any way eligible for any of that? So that would be a question I would like us to explore. I mean, it might be a stretch, but it also might be worth asking about. And that answer may be no, but you don't know unless you ask. So you know, there could be more coming, I don't know, but that may be something to look at too. But then we'll also have to look at within our own budget and just have that conversation. I know there is a deep desire to get back to normal that I share. And I believe in our people and the value of kids being in the building. And I also know that there are reasons aside from health considerations or family situations or even other activity situations that have led some of our students to the point of thinking, hey, some of it's an efficiency thing. I want to get this done so I can move on to that, you know, so and so I'm a little bit conflicted about that because again, it's serving a variety of students wherever they are. We also can't do everything. You know, we can ask ourselves to do hard things, but not impossible things, right? So we need to figure out either how we are going to continue with Greenbush and find 100 grand, or say we're ready to let it go for a while and we're going to come back to it with a renewed long-term plan. To me, those are the two options as I'm hearing them to categorize, but I think definitely right now, doing an internal virtual school, I'm not hearing an appetite for that. The other data point and something to look at is for, if you're gathering questions, Mr. Dorothy and crew, that I think helps guide our discussion. The district site council actually asked for this data piece at our last meeting, but what were the differences between our remote and our on-site students academically? That was something that was asked for from that group. And there are a lot of reasons why those can be different. Our students with certain proclivities, you know, automatically online students. So you have to take all those things into account. And it isn't a judgment on what's happening or not happening, but it could help guide the discussion of what is our future commitment to virtual learning based on our experience with it. And whatever caveats there are to that, we can absolutely put those out there. But I think just having a transparent conversation about what works about it and what doesn't. And then also not just at the high school level, but the elementary level. For Dan and Deb's kiddos, what does that look like for you guys? We want to make sure that that is just important,
just as important a part of this conversation. And then that transition to junior high, are there places where remote learning, or not remote, sorry, virtual, don't say remote. I hear the thunder rolling. Are there places where virtual are more effective based on age groups? So those are the kinds of data points that I guess that I would be looking for when we come back to this discussion. Kelly.
Just a quick question. What are SR funds that you asked about? What's that? What does SR stand for?
Oh, ESSER.
It's ESSER.
Oh,
and
ESSER.
ESSER.
Okay, and what are those?
Elementary and secondary school.
Education recovery.
It's ESSER. It's ESSER.
Recovery.
Or relief.
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 Oh, man.
Relief.
It's a bunch of money from the government for
So,
COVID relief.
It's federal funds that come to us in 3 different ways. We're working through ESSER 2 right now. We had some ESSER 1 funds.
And they're not discretionary. They have a set of guidelines of how they're to be
Very
used.
strict guidelines on how they can be used. But they have been extremely helpful in some things that we've been able to do with them. So,
Good enough.
good question, Kelly.
Okay, so does that give you enough to kind of go back to?
Yeah, we got a
Okay.
bunch of things. Most certainly I'll sit down with our folks here and we'll try and get some good answers here, and most certainly got exactly what I expected.
Yeah.
So, we figured we gotta have it, put it out there.
Yeah.
And then you guys get to it. So, good.
So board members, be thinking about that, and then as we receive those updates, let's stay on this, because we can't wait until May to make a decision about what we're gonna do next year educationally, because students will be making decisions about what they may be doing based on that. We have a couple of pieces of old business. We're gonna do one more, and then, we are on business. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. For old business, let's take care of number 1 really quickly and then take a 5-minute restroom break. Under old business, number 1, consider board meeting locations. We decided, Mr. Dorothy, for board meeting locations, that we are gonna be picking it at the IC, yes.
Yes, I think after talking with all the buildings, Mr. Walls felt that they can make that work. It might also help us with some of our screening and being able to have a screen that we can use for our presentations that we used to always have down there. So we can do those step in the meeting. So Mr. Walsmith is confident in doing that. So our recommendation is let's do less complex, move to the intermediate center. If we ever had a meeting coming up, where we do, we have 2 or 300 people here for a meeting, that we could move back to the space if there was a conflict. Of course, we can always change the night to get back.
Just in the library or?
Yes, the library.
Everybody okay with that? Okay.
Never mind, I'll just throw it away. I made a location, one of the resolutions you're gonna sign, I made one for each location. Kind of one that says interview.
Okay, so on the things you sign, make sure you sign the IC one. Okay,
Yeah, just don't get rid of the wrong one.
yeah.
Do we need a motion or do we?
I don't think we need a motion, do we?
We shouldn't.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We already did it.
Good job, us.
Okay, so it was a bit redundant, but good to announce, and that way if anybody's watching, they'll know that our meetings are in the IC. Mr. Walsmith, thank you for the hospitality for that. That would be nice. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break because I'm guessing the COVID-19 considerations will not be a 2-minute discussion. It's 8:57. Let's just take, let's come back at 9:05 so that we can get started on that. Calling a recess. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
That's part.
speak with us about where things are, given how busy everything has been. She'll discuss what she's been going through and give us some information, and then from there we'll have a basis for discussion. There's Lisa.
Okay. Hello. I feel like at the beginning of every variant, I'm here.
Yeah.
Lisa comes back. That's a rough sign. Yeah.
Yeah, so we started off, I know you guys are all aware, we started off the, after winter break with the bang, just lots of positive cases going into it. The health department had accepted the CDC's recommendations, 5 days at home and then 5 days in a mask. But then they added in with a negative test on day 6. So we had kind of jumped, I was ready to jump right into it, not knowing how many positive cases we were going to be having in the next 10 days. So I talked with Mr. Dorothy, we jumped right into it. And what we were finding by day, that was on the Thursday after we came back, by Monday and Tuesday of the next week, we not only had 30 kids that were coming back in on day 6 to test negative, and we were bringing them into school because I was just very confident that everybody was going to be testing negative. We also had close contacts from Thursday and Friday of multiple people. So then we had all of these close contacts coming in. We had these positive cases coming back in, and for whatever reason, they were all testing positive. They tried day 6, day 7. Some of them kind of gave up and just waited out the 10 days. So then by Tuesday, we were so overrun and it wasn't working. It just didn't seem responsible to have these kids coming back in and going back out, testing positive. So we just had to stop and take a step back. And so it kind of brings us to tonight because we've kind of regrouped. I just really wanted to visit with the board first with maybe a new plan on how that should work, that would be more feasible. And then, of course, we have the new prevention measures that KDHE had put out. And so those have been tweaked a little bit. We have 90 positive cases in the district. We have 14 staff out as of today. Tomorrow, that should be a little bit better, but that's kind of where we're at on everything. We've had some nurses out with COVID. So that's made it a little more interesting, and testers out with COVID. So it's been a challenge, but everybody's, buckled down and gotten through it. So really the changes on the prevention measures on the first, you have all that on your laptops there. And the first 3 pages, there really aren't any changes. Actually, the first 2 pages. Getting to defining a close contact, it's little things like they bumped the number of consecutive minutes. It was 10 minutes. They bumped that up to a total of 15 minutes in 24 hours. Makes you a close contact, if you're in contact with a positive case. The next section in red talks about if the positive case and the close contact are both wearing a mask.
Lisa, did this get sent to the board members?
I can attach it to the board docs real quick if you want, but that's what I printed off earlier, right? Yeah.
We get that in our folder or something? I'm not following.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's on, I don't need passwords or something memorized. So say I thought you were going to go through the letter that we got today from Mr. Dorothy, the KDHE updated guidelines on testing, but that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
That is in here a little bit later. And then an update in that letter too, I think, on contact tracing.
So then review, this is the update from who?
This is the update from KDHE. Yeah.
Separate from the other one that was the email that we got today.
Right.
Okay.
And we can talk about that one a little bit too while we're waiting.
Okay.
So I think basically KDHE has just kind of stopped all contact tracing in the schools for at least 30 days, but it may be indefinitely at this point. Just so many positive cases that I don't think there's a district out there that's able to keep up with trying to manage the positive cases and return dates, close contacts at home, and still manage close contacts in the classroom. So that piece I think is done for a while.
So are you, Megan, did it get on there? Are we still kind of out of order then? Okay. I had some questions about this updated deal. So one of the things that you were dealing with was the positive tests of kids that because the CDC they're not a test to return. That's not their recommendation, right? Their recommendation is the 5 days of isolation or quarantine, and then the 5 days of mask wear and back to it.
Right.
And I think kind of the main reason that they say that, of course, with the PCR, and I don't know if everybody's really familiar with the three main modalities for testing for COVID, right? There's antibody, antigen, and then the PCR, which is the nucleic acid amplification techniques, right? So the PCR is super sensitive and will pick up lots and lots of false positives, like out to like 90 days. Now, I'm assuming that we're doing the rapid test, antigen rapid test, as opposed to sending it off to a lab and finding out. And even the antigen test, I think, still has a pretty high chance of testing somebody positive when they're not contagious, right? Because they're testing for evidence of virus as opposed to evidence of being contagious. And so I struggle with the idea of testing kids that had COVID, that have done their 5 days of quarantine, their 5 days of being in a mask, and then to return, because with the potential because the whole idea is to keep kids in class. And I think that you're probably going to wind up having a lot of kids continue, not everybody. I think that they've said there's some variability, some specific populations, even like out to 6 months, some of them are super immunocompromised, diabetics even, I think sticks around even longer. But the idea of those, you can't, I don't know if you can really trust those tests on a continued positive after day 5 or day 6, about their being contagious. And so now we're not following the CDC guidelines about, not a test return. Even OSHA, that whole thing that was before the Supreme Court, I was following that pretty closely. And in one section in that, they had a deal where if you tested positive, your employer was not allowed to even test you for 90 days. Not even allowed to test you, because they know that the PCR tests, all the NATs, all the PCRs, and even the antigen test will have a tendency to do that. And so they don't want people using it as a test to return to work. And, at least looking through this, it gives us a little bit of freedom, because again, they said in here should and all that kind of stuff. I totally get it for somebody who's a close contact to do that test at 5 days. And, you do your, oh my gosh, Chris tested positive, not really, but plus I just had it, so I'm good. But, we had this close contact. We're here for a little over 15 minutes. And now I should do that my quarantine. I know that the high viral load for the antigen test is usually at, I think, day 4 or day 5. So there's that test is negative. Okay, feel pretty comfortable with that, because it's very, very sensitive test. And so if it says yes, there's definitely viral stuff there. Whether it's contagious or not, you don't know. So what I would like to see is a dropping off of the testing for kids that have done their quarantine or isolation, done the 5 days like the CDC says, let them come back to school. Takes the load off of you, takes the load off of finding tests, right? Because that's hard to do right now too. And then when there is, I guess we're not going to be tracking it anymore. But if there is somebody that's like, oh man, my sister is positive, you can say, well, you probably should stay home and you should probably do a negative test, and we'd love to be able to see that. I think that's very reasonable. What I want to avoid is having kids, stuck at home on days 6 through 10 who are healthy, not contagious, and now they've spent 10 days outside of school when they could have done
that, because I want us to talk more about that piece of it too. And I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. I was started
the
talking.
document is there, and I would like you to present what you have in the document. Okay. And then we'll open it up for board discussion so that we can, talk about what's logistically feasible, what you are advising. We also we also have to acknowledge this has been, despite our best efforts, it's a very confusing time. And so we want to be methodical about how we go through it, because there is incongruence between what Douglas County has asked us to do and what KDHE and the CDC. And that's not to throw anybody under the bus. That's just simply to state Douglas County is rolling in a way that the rest of the state is not. And that creates confusion also. And so we can't figure out where we're going until we know where we are. So if you could go back, now that the document's here and everyone can follow along, and we'll just go through that. And then we'll open it up to more discussion about how we want to go from here. Okay, thank you.
I can't, it's like.
So, and like I said, there's really there's not changes on the first 2 pages. The 3rd page under defining close contacts, it talks about the increased amount of time you have to be you have to be in contact with someone for 15 minutes or longer to be a close contact. There's the section down there about in a classroom if both the student that's positive and the potential close contact are wearing masks. They're not considered close contacts, but I mean, really at this point, suddenly, I mean, things are changing daily now. Now we're not doing close contacts, so this real or contact tracing. So this really doesn't apply so much, but it's good to know. They did remove the high risk and the low risk activities. I think that was just kind of complicating things, and they're trying to make it a little bit more basic. And then getting to the quarantine of a close contact. So, hang on, just lost my train of thought. So yes, so quarantining a period of 5 days after the exposure to a positive case, followed by continued masking while others, around others for additional 5 days is recommended for everyone. They have changed, so the test to stay program that we are currently doing with the grant, we are now testing students just 7 days. They've determined it didn't need to be the 10 days. Now we're down to 7 days, which is what we've changed in here. And then also the option to go to every other day because of testing supplies, but now testing supplies are so critically low, we are down to 2 days during that 7-day period. So we're kind of, the staff's kind of picking that first day that they come back into the buildings, and then maybe the second to the last day or the last day of that 7-day period. So that's what we're doing right now. And then we'll go back to the every other, you know, once supplies start picking up a little bit. And then really, I mean, there's some things in there, and Megan, you'll probably notice like everything in quotes are things that'll just need to be removed. I think it was just, you know, just to simplify things from kind of what I was gathering from it. Okay, so then we get to page 6, which is returning to school after a positive case is in isolation. And that's where, you know, we can start talking about the 5 days at home. And then on day 6, what the Douglas County is recommending is that we get an antigen or a PCR test. And as long as that is negative, then they can go to class with a mask for the remaining 5 days of their quarantine period.
So testing the county is asking for there is different than KDHE and the CDC, correct?
Yeah.
Everyone's saying we could be able to run a test, which is part of what Phil was discussing about should we do that or not, if we're going to continue to some kids to get in. So that's the point that we would probably want to discuss. That was a guideline from the county.
Yeah, so that was gonna be my question. Was that like because I you know through all of this, the school district isn't the one quarantining, right? I mean, it's really the county, and you're kind of our liaison with the county. So you know, I don't think we can really say, oh, we're not going to quarantine or we're going to quarantine. I think that the county is making those recommendations. So I just, and like to Kelly's point, you know, it's just a little bit incongruous to me that like that we've got these different entities, you know, each kind of one level higher than the other. They're telling us a little bit different things, and that it's hard to make those mesh. So I guess then my question is, well, how much leeway, how much freedom, how much can we say? Like, I mean, if the county says, oh, we think you should test before returning after testing positive, we say that doesn't make sense. Even the CDC says you test, you know, the PCR, especially because that, I mean, the way, I don't know if, I mean, I'll go into the science behind the PCR, but right, I mean, that's that amplification, doing that 40 cycles. You know, each cycle is doubling the number that you have. So it's that logarithmic exponential growth of viral load. So it doesn't take much of anything to show up positive. You know, so I don't know, I mean, how much freedom and leeway do we have? Like, if we said, you know what, look, we're not going to test, we're going to do what the CDC says, and we're just going to test people that were close contacts, you know, suspicious for it or whatever, that now at day 5, we're going to option this for people that want to make sure that they're okay to come back to school. And we're not going to test those that are, we're just going to follow the CDC guidelines. Do we have that option? I mean, do you have that option?
I honestly don't know what kind of leeway we have there. I mean, I know the piece that plays into it is the grant to test to stay, and you know, is that a piece that?
Right, but I mean, even with that being temporarily suspended, though, right? I mean, that's according to this letter that we've got, is that's like what you said, 30 days of we don't have to.
Well, I think that's just the contact tracing piece.
The last one is expectation for test to stay school districts. They basically just said that they want focus on antigen testing for people coming back from home isolation after testing positive. It can be one-time test on morning of return to school, and then focus on antigen or PCR testing for people coming back from 5 days of home quarantine. So that one makes sense. That second to the last one still is kind of against what, not really following with the CDC. I mean, I totally get the idea. Somebody who, you know, I was close to somebody, I've been feeling kind of sick, but I haven't been tested, but I now feel better. Should I test? That, you know, they get that one. But they don't really say that they, like, you have to do it. They just say focus on antigen testing for people coming back from home isolation. So again, I guess my question is, you know, okay, what can we do? I mean, if it.
And what we have to remember is Lisa, as you know, operating in a medical capacity, you know, with the liaison with the county, has to implement unless she's given a directive otherwise. And so what this board has said all along is that we are going to follow legal mandates, because whether you agree with it or not, a mandate is a mandate. Work for change within the system for what you, so that way we're not going to get too much in the weeds about maybe some of this other stuff right at this moment. At this point in the conversation, it may segue there. But for structure, I think, you know, what the discussion that we do need to have is, I mean, no one can deny with every good faith and effort that every attempt has been made to do everything exactly as it's been asked. And, you know, the challenge when there are folks making recommendations, they're disconnected with daily logistics of what that actually looks like. Again, we can ask our folks to do hard things, but what we are asking now is impossible. And there's been no lack of effort for folks to pitch in and make it work. But I think as a board, we're at a point, again, if this were part of the legal mandate, I personally would say, you know, it's the mandate. This aspect is not. And the other thing I would like to guide our discussion, because I can't speak to the medical things the way Lisa can, or even Phil can. But what I can speak to is being the Board of Education. That's how I have to streamline this in my mind. And the truth is, with that requirement to test, and we need to talk about that, but what we also have to realize is we do have kids who are well from days 3 through 10. And if you are a student of Douglas County, you now have lost educational time that your Kansas peers have not. And I struggle with that. I have a real hard time with that. I mean, and everybody wants to get the kids back to school, but we have to have a system in place that is sustainable for Lisa and the principals and the administrators and the secretaries and everybody who's pitched in and all the testers to make this happen. And this is not it. So what I'd like to start, and I don't know if there's consensus about that on the board, and I certainly don't want to monopolize that, but I'm just trying to contextualize the discussion, because at this point we have to say, I think we have to stop saying, well, what do you think, Lisa? Lisa's told us, here's what she's being told. If we feel like, okay, we've tried this, this is not working, what can we do differently? Then I think, again, we just have to have that conversation, and it is now appropriate for us to do so. I think it would have been premature for us to do so at other points, but we've had long enough to see this. We don't even have enough tests to do
what we are being asked to do. And so we just have to think about what's realistic. I believe in our people to make anything happen, but this has gotten to be too much.
Right.
And it's not sustainable. It's not mentally healthy. It's not physically healthy. And so we're just gonna have to talk about what we're willing to do and what line in the sand we're, if any. And again, that may not be the feelings of the board, but I do want other board members to have an opportunity to weigh in on that. My primary concern at this point is not only, protecting people, and we need to test, and people need to go home when they're sick, all of that stuff. But if there are kids at home for 6 days when they were well, they could have been back sooner. That doesn't make educational sense to me. That is the very scenario that we've tried so hard and fought so hard to avoid. And as a school board member, I feel like that's the relevant conversation to have. I'm not going to get into the weeds on the medical stuff because that's above my pay grade. But the education staff is fair game. I'm going to open the floor.
So the I'm looking at the what's this one called? The COVID-19 prevention measures for the school year. The changes that are in red are reflective of the updated guidance from the county, KDHE, CDC, or some other entity.
From the county.
From the county. Okay, so this is reflective of the most
Because
recent
the
mask
county,
mandate
yeah.
and their recommendations.
Mhm.
Okay.
CDC and the KDHE, yeah, they're all in sync. So is Douglas County, but they've added the piece of testing on day
This
6.
probably does not reflect the mask mandate.
Okay, because
Our
there's
thing
a lot
still
of
says optional mask.
Yeah.
That mask mandate supersedes that. We've
Yes.
gotten to that. But what we're talking about now are other pieces of this, of how the testing contact.
The mandate does not speak to the testing, correct? It's just the mask.
Just mask, yeah.
So the testing recommendation, if the only place I've found that in my research was from LMH's posts through the county. I don't know. I mean, that's just a recommendation from LMH that I was able to locate because we were just looking into that.
I think in my last email from the health department, they are trying to get their website updated, but they've sent the recommendations. I think Mr. Dorothy got the recommendation as well that talked about day 6 testing. And what I have put in here too is their recommendation. I really didn't know where else to go with it. So that's what we have in there.
So Lisa, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Then don't.
At the same time, out of this whole thing, most certainly, I have always tried to support what you feel is the right thing to do. And then certainly we have some discussion. So my question is, on 5 days, if I'm asymptomatic on day 6, the county is recommending we on the test. That is a recommendation. My question is, what are you comfortable with? If you think we still need to test them, that's what we know. If you think we can make this work the best we can and not necessarily testing them and let them come in with the 5 days in a mask, if they're asymptomatic, I guess I'd like to know that, Lisa, if you really feel like we should test them, then that, I get that. I want to know what you think. And I understand the problem with the test, and Bill brought that up. With that, at that point is, are we going to these kids that come back that will never be able to get a negative test because it's just hanging on in them, even though they feel completely fine. So there's my question for you. I'm sorry to kind of put you on the spot.
Well, that's okay. And there's logistics to it too. There's also the fact that, we tried for 3 to 4 days to get 30 kids negative so they could stay in. And, we're only successful with probably 3 or 4 out of those kids. Some of them just kind of gave up. So that piece, makes me wonder, all of those kids, and they don't necessarily have to be asymptomatic, just symptoms need to be greatly improved and fever-free for 24 hours, which all of those kids were when they came in. So now that we're talking about, because of low testing supplies from the state to us, so I've given parents a heads up in the last 5 or 6 days. Okay, this is your return date, which is a 10-day period. This is your day 6. In case we go with this, it might be worth your time to go ahead and make an appointment somewhere. And so I've had lots of parents call me back and they can't get an appointment day 6. It's more like day 7, day 8, that they're just trying to find something, because we have to have something printable. We have to have printable results. It can't be a home test. So we're running into that piece too. I don't know. It just seems like it's going to be futile, and we're still going to have kids at home because they can't find a test. And I don't know how soon that's going to improve either. So, or if it will.
And at least that's my concern. They can't find an appointment, or maybe their family is, there's no way I would drive, we don't have a car to get this resources. And then those kids will continue to sit at home, and that's why it seems to be, I wouldn't be bringing this up if it wasn't for the fact that CDC is saying, that KDHE is saying, yeah, you do this, and our county is the one, and I know they're trying to be careful, but at the same time, that's a recommendation from them. We think you should test. My concern is we got perfectly healthy kids that may not be able to get a test, or maybe feel fine, maybe for day 1, but I can't go back because I can't put in. Every time I do it, it's positive, and then it does that to me for the next 3 months.
I feel like the CDC too, with their recommendation, is kind of leading us down the path of, okay, this isn't as severe this time around, we're headed towards, let's start treating this like influenza A. So I feel like their recommendation has kind of started us, attempted to start us down that path too, but.
I agree. And Mr. Dorothy, you just touched on this. There is going to be an equity issue for our students with access to tests, because I can tell you right now, I have a flexible schedule and I can rearrange some private lessons around and go to 75 Walgreens until I find that test so they can get back. Okay, that's an equity issue. Not everybody, and I would, if they're well and they're ready to go back, and that's what we're needing. I'm going to do what we need to do. But not all students are going to have that. And I don't want to overcharacterize, but some of our very students who most need to be in our building are going to be the ones who don't have an ability to go run down a test. So we have to think about how these decisions, again, from an educational standpoint, unintended consequences. Personally, I think we should do away with the tests and follow what the CDC says. I think we're to return. Yes, not to identify, but to return. Some people will be faking their results. And if we continue this way, we're going to disincentivize people from doing the right thing in the first place, which is, I have COVID, I want to be honest, I'm going to stay home for 5 days, that's already starting to happen. There's resentment about folks, having to play by different rules, and those who choose to follow the letter of the law, which we very much appreciate, even though it's hard. And we also understand and have compassion when folks are like, yeah, I have one runny nose for 1 day. I'm not gonna not do that. We don't want people doing that, but we also can understand the conditions that create those realities. And we don't want our folks turning on each other, teachers being frustrated. Why does this person get to do that, not get to do that? These start to have ripple effects again on the day-to-day that have nothing to do why we are here. So that's my opinion, but I'm going to be quiet now because we've really got to hear from, I'm pretty sure I know what Phil's opinion is, but I don't want to make any assumptions, and we really need to hear from other board members, because I think what Mr. Dorothy is saying, that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth too,
we need to hear from Mr. Dorothy about what he thinks in addition, and thank you, Lisa, for being willing to share what you think, because I know that's hard, and you've cared so genuinely for so many people through all of this, and we appreciate you.
So Kelly, I'll just, I guess, first, I agree with what you're saying. We just personally, as a family, experienced this, and we called because we were testing our girls on day 5 and 6, and they were testing positive still. We call our doctor. They advise us, don't do the PCR. It's going to be positive. They also tell us you're going to get the antigen on the rapid test is going to be positive for the next up to 90 days. And they said, so testing is not the answer. Our girls had 24 hours of symptoms and fell in between this change by happenstance and ended up with a 10-day quarantine. So, they were frustrated by it, which we understand, but, I think ultimately, I don't know if it's the Omicron that's just lesser for these kids or what the situation is, but obviously the CDC has some sort of purpose in lowering it during this Omicron round. And my understanding of the Douglas County is it's a recommendation. If it was a guideline or a mandate, it would have been in their emergency mandate. And then we'd be talking about it in a different manner, I think.
Other thoughts?
Oh boy, you hit spacebar and you're not in that. It's all things when you're crazy. So maybe I'll resort to I want us to continue to be cautious, but I also I really want to respect the wisdom of our people on the ground every day. And when I hear you say futile, that carries a lot of weight with me. So I understand where this is coming from, and it's a tough spot for me because I don't want to throw in the towel on this stuff. But I respect you being willing to say that, Lisa. So thank you.
I'm going to break with what my standard stance is on this. I'm persuaded by the arguments that this is just not a practical path to follow. And so I would advocate going with the CDC guidelines, which allow students to come back after 5 days without any tests. I think it comes down to availability of tests and just basic pragmatism of what are these tests showing us about whether these kids are still, they may still have the virus, right? But how sick are they? So I'm going to go with the consensus of the room.
I've maintained we always follow CDC guidelines, and so I just think we continue to be consistent in following CDC guidelines. So I am also in agreement with the room. I also had the same experience as you, Kelly. My personal physician told me not to get a PCR because it would probably be positive after I tested on an antigen positive. So my personal experience also speaks to that the testing is not, it's going to be an obstacle for kids to be in school.
And it's a waste of tests. I mean, if tests are short, we need to keep those for the right side of this virus.
Chris, do you have anything to add?
No, just to clarify here too. So I'm looking at page 6 of 11, and I want to make sure I'm following here. Under the current conversation, it sounds like if a student were to test positive one day, let's say it's at school, for instance, right? Our recommendation would be that they are home for at minimum 5 days. They can come back when they are no longer symptomatic with fever. I think that's all. Yeah, we're listing out fever here. So if they are without fever at 5 days, they're welcome to come back. They still have continuing symptoms like we would for any normal illness, I guess. They would continue to stay home until they're fever free for 24 hours or symptom free in this case too. So is that the common understanding of what we're talking about here?
The guidelines for the CDC actually say if you're still symptomatic at 5, then you should wait till 10. Like
So
it don't, it's
there's a
not like come
threshold
back at
there?
8 or
Right.
anything. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it's like if you're symptomatic at day 5 and still have a fever, that they'd say, okay, make that 10.
Okay.
It's not like, oh, just wait till you're not symptomatic.
Okay,
It's either
okay.
5 or it's 10.
Asymptomatic.
Well, I think that, I don't even know if it says anything about symptoms. It says fever free for 24 hours without any fever reducing medication. So no Tylenol, that kind of thing.
Fever was the linchpin.
Right.
We've just studied this a lot this week, and my understanding is fever-free 24 hours, okay, with no medication to mitigate that fever and improving symptoms. But I think that can be on day, I don't know about the 10. I think that could be on day 7 or 8, possibly.
Well, here it is right here. I got printed them off just because I was reading them, so I wanted to have them because I wouldn't remember if I remembered. So if you were exposed to, it's like 15 pages. If you tested positive for COVID-19 or have symptoms, end your isolation. If you had symptoms, end isolation after 5 full days if you're fever free without the use of fever reducing medication and your symptoms. If you did not have, if you are still ill, or if you were severely ill, you should wait at least 10 days and then consult your doctor before ending isolation.
So in that conversation, I'm fine with the way we're having that shift from minimum 5 days or basically until you can be fever free for 24 hours, whatever it might be. Now, there's a whole second part of the conversation about like quarantining and contact tracing, all that kind of stuff that are also within this document too, that I want to make sure we get to. But I wanted to be clear that as far as if you test positive, student or staff, these are new protocol or procedures for coming back to school. And I think that helps to address the testing issue you're talking about, as well as we've been talking mostly about students being gone for 10 days. I'm also concerned that we have staff members who are out with, they were symptom free after day 2 and they're stuck in isolation for another 8 days or 10 days, whatever it might be. So this is a logistical issue on that front too. So anyway, so I'm good with that recommendation if we're going to adjust that. And I think the language in here catches that pretty well. As far as if you had symptoms, here's your chain of events here.
And then I would recommend if we are letting, if we're having students come back days 6 through 10, just like the CDC recommends, is that they mask, if they were a positive case. And then if they're not able to do that, then it's probably a 10-day quarantine at home.
So let's walk that through because we have a lot of kids with exemptions. So the board needs to be on the record with that one way or the other. Do you, if you're being allowed to come back to school, which again, I've said all along, I'll wear underwear on my head if that means I don't care. I mean, I don't want to sit here and argue effectiveness of masks. I don't want to do that. I'm just talking about kids being in school. Does that mean they have to go ahead and mask? And even if they have an exemption, or does that exemption, we just need to be on the record so that, we all have our own opinions about it, but I don't want the folks in the middle being like, well, now what do we do? Because you're out of quarantine. Here's how the day-to-day stuff really works for these guys. You're out of quarantine and it's day 6 and the board said CDC, okay, not Douglas County. So we're hanging our hat there, but that says when you come back, just wear a mask for another 5 days to get through that 10 days. Does an exemption, we got to address it because they will if we don't.
So you're talking that day 6 through 10.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
My vote would be that masks are required if you're coming into school on those days. And if you cannot abide by that, then you need to stay home till day 10.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable accommodation to make in this circumstance. You still have that choice. I don't like that choice, but you know what I mean? Like it's still an option for them.
If I agree. If we're gonna follow the CDC
Yeah, I agree
guidelines,
100%.
let's follow the CDC
I agree.
guidelines.
You can't cherry
Let's not
pick.
make it up as we're going along.
I agree. I don't want to cherry pick either. I just know that that's going to happen. It will happen, and I want us, instead of being reactive to it, saying, here's what we said. So that way they're just in the position of following it. And if you don't like it, email us.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And I think that's very fair too, because in that situation, you've got somebody with, potentially active disease, and so, or disease, being a potential vector. So I think that's a very reasonable thing, as opposed to just saying it's an overall effective measure.
Okay, so that we're giving clear directives on that, if you've been identified as being positive and you're able to come back, whether you have an exemption or not, you must wear the mask to get out of quarantine, or you have the option, you can go ahead and say, but regardless of exemption status, you'll have to wear the mask during that time. We have consensus about that. CDC, yeah.
I'm fine with that. One
Okay.
clarification though, does that policy put us out of compliance for state, county, any other health orders that we're currently operating under? Sorry, that's a big, broad category. I said, like, we keep, and this has been part of the confusion, we're layering in
Yeah.
Well, we're already under a
organizations that have
mandate.
oversight over us, right?
Right, we're already under a mandate. So what you're saying is, okay, so and if they have pursued an exemption, it is within the legal bounds of the mandate that was provided, the exceptions that are there. So that's a good point. Are we overriding?
Well, and I'm mostly concerned about the KDHE program, the testing program that we have signed up for this school year. Are we, not that they're going to sue us necessarily, but I'm just thinking, are they going to have questions about our adjusted policy here? Because now we are now out of compliance with that original policy, or is that what that letter that we looked at?
That's
earlier
I think that's what the letter kind of
Okay,
talks
so
about. 'Cause it says, just to switch to diagnostic testing to support students, staff, teachers who become symptomatic during the school day, and the ones that call in and notify that they're symptomatic. So basically diagnostic for that.
Yeah.
And then antigen test for home, to focus on that for home isolation after testing positive.
Okay.
One-time test, and then focus on antigen. But so, I mean, there's nothing in there that says you have to do that. I think it's like, if you have the ability to do it, go ahead and do it. If you don't have
It's
the
using
ability.
switches and focus. Yeah. Okay.
So this helps.
Yes.
Our normal immunization rules, measles, for instance, if we have kids that are immunized and kids that have religious reason or whatever, if we get a case of measles in school, all those kids that are not immunized, doesn't matter what the reason is, all go home. They get to stay at school unless they go get immunized or they wait it out until 21 days, until we don't have measles. So that's already in the law. What we're saying here is I have an exception to not wear a mask. Fully understand that, we're respecting that, but understand you can't get back on day 6 and say, well, I'm not going to wear a mask. You either stay out for 10 days or.
Okay.
And I really don't think there'll be a big problem with that, because I think even those people that are kind of what you would say they're anti-mask mandate, I don't think they're pro-COVID, right? I don't think you're going to find people that are saying, oh, I want to come in and spread COVID around. So I don't think you're going to find a lot of pushback to saying, like, come back in, wear a mask for your 10 days, or if you can't wear a mask, then don't come to school. I'm very comfortable saying that.
Okay.
I'm good.
What else do we need to figure out? Anything? Does that answer questions for you to be able to go back and? At this point, I just want us to make decisions based on your recommendations and Mr. Dorothy's recommendations. And then we just are very definitively, this is what we're doing. And if it's wrong or we make a mistake, then we'll just say, okay, we tried that. We don't want to be moving around a lot, but I just don't want, I know the pressure that's come into the school buildings, and as much as we can continue to try to alleviate that, email a board member, take it there. Don't be mad at school nurses and teachers who are just following the rules, and make the rules less confusing for students, teachers, and our families, because this has been a dumpster fire, and I'm so sorry. Mr. Dorothy, anything else that you think we need to do on this?
On that one, I think I'm good with the 5 days. And if they're asymptomatic or
fever-free for
24 hours or whatever, they can return with a mask at that point without testing.
Do we need to make a motion since it's a part of our protocol document? Or
yes, you might make a motion to say that's how that's going to be handled. That way needs to know exactly how she's supposed to do it. And then it's definitely, it was a board decision,
Right.
not just Lisa and I putting that together.
You want me to take a snap at it?
Sure.
Okay, so I'd make a motion that we eliminate the requirement for testing upon return to school from COVID infections to reflect better the CDC guidelines that our recommendation that says return to school or work at 5 days if symptom free, or excuse me, if fever free without fever reducing medications for 24 hours, and then to be in a mask. You getting all this, Megan? Okay, perfect. Okay. But trying to go slow so tight. And then also to have mask wear from day 6 through day 10 be mandatory on return. So
I actually have all of that except for the fever reducing whatever.
no fever reducing medication, no Tylenol.
I'll second that.
Okay, Phil has moved and Tony has seconded to adjust our COVID policies to reflect not requiring testing or return to school after the positive identification of COVID case if students are otherwise fever-free for 24 hours without the addition or the usage of medication, and that those positive, whether students or staff, would then continue to mask through the end of the 10 days, regardless of exemption status per the CDC recommendation. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone, no one's opposed, I've been swiveled. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, everybody.
So, Lisa, close contact tracing, we do know first, and it's been suspended. You can go contact tracing.
No contact tracing, where actually, if you've got somebody, yeah, you're doing contact.
Right, yeah.
Testing them, if there was a sleepover, and, families let us know, do that, but not a.
But that is following the KBHG recommendations, it's in the contact tracing.
Right.
Okay, I want to make sure we got that. Anything else that we can do at least, okay.
Thank you. New business, designation of board representatives for also negotiation. And I would also add kind of a side note, even though it will require a motion, but let's think about district site council for the next chair, for the next accreditation cycle, as we think about how to distribute tasks. Designation of board representatives for co-officers first. The one we had on there, Susan and Chris, and then Tony is the alternate. How do you all feel about continuing in those roles?
Well, Chris is the president.
Chris has to. You don't get a choice.
Another person.
I could just not show up next month and see what happens. But I'm fine with it. It's a well-oiled machine at this point. We're working through problems as we go here, but yeah, I'm fine to continue if as long as Susan.
I am. I just want to share, the opportunity with anyone else.
I mean, I'll be happy to move up from alternate, and we can just change seats if you want.
Do you want to do that?
I feel like I've been coasting for the last 2 years, and so I feel like I ought to earn my keep. So if you want to flip.
Don't worry, I have a big job.
Okay.
Are you talking about the district site council? I actually thought about that when you said that, because accreditation is something I'm familiar with.
That's exactly what I was.
Yeah.
There you go. Then let's make this switch.
So you and then alternate, but you're swapping.
Okay, and then, so district site council. Are you
Are
cool
you
with
cool
that?
with that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so negotiations, Andy's gonna lead this year.
Yeah, and I would like the person who serves with me to be a 4-year person who can take it over. And so that with them tied up, that leaves you two gentlemen over there.
Mm-hmm.
And Phil, I know you worry about your schedule, but so I hate to throw Kelly into a long-term commitment his first night on the board, but I also understand, Phil, that your schedule is problematic.
A lot of fun, Kelly. Negotiations is the best.
Yeah, I
I
think you'd
think,
be really
I
good
think
at
we
it.
should do it before he knows what he's getting.
I think Kelly, well, and the thing is with all board members, even with new ones, we always assign, you know, an alternate, I mean, from the get-go. So, if the three of you were a team, even if you can't be there, you can still be a part of the team at times and, you know, in terms of for
That's not
future
too, that's
stuff.
not too many for Coma, is it? To have
No,
three?
if you
Okay,
have three.
Three's okay. Three's good.
Because
Okay.
Carrie was on, it was actually Andy, Carrie, and.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's, you know.
So then you keep that part going unless Susan, you want to get into negotiations world and district.
Nope,
side
he gave me a
council.
role.
I
Okay.
can be the alternate to the alternate.
I'm out on
I think it'd be really
negotiations.
good for the teachers.
Kelly,
Okay.
what are your thoughts on that, though? I don't throw you to the wolves. I mean,
I really do not know enough about it to have an opinion. So
That's why you're
you'll have
perfect for
to
the job.
inform me, but I'm happy to serve if I can add value and.
Kelly, it's our job to keep you informed.
Right.
The good thing you have here is you're coming and that guy will lead it.
Mhm.
But you're right there at the table, so you're getting what's going on. And most certainly we provide as much information as we can when you get going.
Okay.
Having been in that
Also,
position, I would
Kelly,
recommend
I'll
it.
say this a lot.
So I'm gonna be the alternate or Phil's gonna be the
No,
alternate?
I'm the alternate to the alternate.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I'm the alternate to you.
You're the assistant.
Second negotiator, and
Yeah.
Phil would become the alternate.
Yeah, I'm the
All right.
alternate negotiator.
Gotcha.
I'm the
And
assistant to the
Kelly, I'll say
assistant.
this a lot, in your beginning months, KSB has excellent resources for learning how to do this stuff.
Okay.
Okay, we will need motions, so, I'm gonna, if I get it wrong, somebody correct me. I move that we designate Chris, and I'll put it in the order of kind of how we're doing it and talking about alternates, but I, move that we designate, Chris and Tony to the co-op board with Susan as the alternate, correct? I also, in addition, for negotiations, Andy as lead, on that, Kelly, and then Phil as the alternate. Does that sound right? Okay, is there a second?
second.
All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
And then informally, you're willing to take the district site council chair for the next, that would be awesome. Okay.
And it has to be chair, like, you
Yes.
can't just be district site council.
No, you're the chairperson. So
Too late.
You run
You
the
already said
meetings.
yes.
You run it. and
Okay,
set
so
the
you
agenda.
didn't say chair. I feel
Did I not?
Oh, I think she did.
Yes.
I think she
I
did.
heard it.
We'll YouTube it.
It will not start until next year. in the
Okay.
new cycle.
Yeah, we're
Kelly-
And you're gonna give
Kelly
me
will
guidance on
finish.
that too.
And
Oh,
We'll
yes.
get you set up
Okay.
for a new committee that will start into the new cycle.
Right.
And she is saying that you're gonna take over as the chair.
Yeah, you'll be great at that.
Yeah. Susan, it'll be
Give me the
fine.
best.
Yeah.
I served on the district site council several years ago. Or was it district, or it was, I think it was at the high school.
Might have been high school site council.
Yeah, it was high school.
Because we
Yeah,
didn't
it was
create the
high school
district
site
site
council.
council until we got
Right.
into our KISA
Yeah, you're right.
stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just site council, it's district site council, so it's district wide, and then you're the chairperson. You got this. Okay, and we'll talk about it, we have time. Did I see a question? No, okay. We got that done. Great. All right, board member input, co-op report.
I have a co-op question for you all then today. It has to do with our, we've been engaging in the strategic planning process with the co-op as well over the course of the school year. We are getting ready to launch our community survey, which will go out to Eudora, Wellsville, and Baldwin families. But we wanted to double check with you all to make sure, because we have our own strategic planning process that we're engaging into. We haven't talked about it today. Are we okay to send out that survey really ASAP in this case? So we don't have overlapping surveys. So we can basically close that co-op.
Your survey will be going to just parents of special education students.
It'll go to everybody.
Every single
Yes.
parent.
Well, I know we targeted parents of students with disabilities. We've targeting staff members, co-op staff members, as well as district staff members. I believe we're talking about sending to the, having it basically announced on our USD 348 website and going out in an email. I had to fill that out too. It does have a gigantic logo of the co-op on the top of the survey. So we are cognizant that there's some overlap that only affects Baldwin. It's not a Wellsville issue or Eudora issue because they've already completed their strategic plan within the last couple of years here. So in that light, are there ways, besides just timelines wise here, are there other methodologies we could use to not make confusion? Because we don't want parents to ignore that second survey from our district and say, I already filled that out from 2 weeks ago or whatever. And we don't have an established timeline for our board. So that sort of is the long-winded way of asking the question, are you guys okay with us getting that survey out soon with good branding on it and having a consistent process for how we're sending it out? Or are there other considerations that we're not bringing into play here? Thoughts on the survey?
I'd say go ahead. I mean, I don't have a problem with you sending. I mean, you always risk survey fatigue.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's, with good branding, and if people are really reading it, if somebody's not reading it well enough to even know that this is the co-op one, I mean, how valuable is there? I mean, are their answers going to be really? I think the really valuable answers will probably come from people that know that this is the co-op and this is our strategic plan.
And the questions are crafted to be more special education cooperative focused than the district directions are. So there is that difference there as well. I think they'll figure it out, but yeah.
I don't have any grief with it.
So we're cool to launch the survey? Okay. All right, so that was my main question for you guys today, and I'll communicate that back to the leadership over at the co-op to get that fired off. And then, Michael Kuntz at Greenbush. Yep, same guy.
He's aware.
He's very aware. We keep bothering about it. Yeah.
All right, as long as he knows we're going to be doing that.
I think it is a novel timeline that he's caught into. Like, I don't think most co-ops and districts happen to be doing this at the same time. So it just happens to be that worked out this way. But other update for you, we did have a set of certified resignations in December. Those were effective either immediately or within the coming weeks there. Susan, I can't think of a time we've had more than one mid-year resignation in previous years. We had, I think, 3 this year. We have been able to replace them all, which is shocking in funding special education. Certified folks is a very rare thing right now. So we're, again, fully staffed when it comes to certified, not fully staffed when it comes to non-certified staff members, classified staff. So we still need more paras, in other words. But besides that, Susan, what am I leaving out from the?
I think you covered it.
Okay, that is all.
Miscellaneous. Does any board member have anything?
Oh, I do. Sorry about that, but I
No,
do.
it's fine.
I just wanted to bring up an email that Paul forwarded to all of us. And it was that first, thanks to the brother-sister duo in the community who just initiated innovative change with the data dashboard for COVID. Do you all remember reading that email?
Oh yeah, it's been not just today's emails.
I did. I printed the example here.
Yes.
If you want to just pass around. I just think the timing's great to utilize strengths of our community members who have that desire to pitch in and just to volunteer their time to do this. One of them is a web designer. I think we can eliminate some work from our already overworked employees and staff. And I think now that we have a better understanding of what data is meaningful, that we could, I just think updating would be really timely.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that our COVID reporting could be a little more prominent, and it might eliminate having to scroll for 8 miles to find the newest case. I don't know. I just wanted to open up to the possibility that we could utilize these community members who have volunteered this service. And of course, goal being we take something off our staff's plate. It wouldn't be that we put it in the hands of someone else. We still have that communication. Just thinking there could be a small committee potentially to start it off and talk through the obstacles. Thoughts?
I like it. I'm glad you brought it up, and I agree. I've been interested since we got that email.
That small community has, unfortunately. Lisa's been in contact with that actor along with Terry. They're already working to get that up so that it can be put in place.
Great, okay.
It appears it would just be a data entry and then these graphs will just populate. No different than, or a little different, but similar.
I like how the graph layers the staff and the students. It just is visually easier to process. A lot of it is.
Great.
Well, we appreciate when people volunteer, and thank you for bringing it up so that we can mention it tonight, because that's, anytime somebody is coming forward rather than with a complaint saying, hey, I've noticed this, but I would like to help. I mean, we want to encourage that and be very thankful for it.
And utilize the strengths and talents, because this is a web designer who volunteered to do it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of miscellaneous things just so that we have it for next month. Strategic plan has already been brought up, but we're obviously going to get cooking on that. I did want to report to the board that Phil and I met with, and Mr. Dorff met with the Recreation Commission last week regarding some just kind of big picture facilities conversations. We've said for a while, until we hired a new superintendent, we were going to pause until we figured out how things fit in our strategic plan. So I'm not opening the door to that conversation tonight, but as part of that, I did want to just report to the board that they asked to meet with us. So we went. We can get more into that in the context of a strategic plan and not just a random, this thing happened, but I did want you guys to know that they asked us to meet, and so we did. In February, I would like to do another listening session for anyone who would like to do that, and I'll follow up more on that. Chris Rawls, who was here tonight, he had been emailing the diversity committee and had some ideas, and then he reached out to me and really wants to help with that for some of our students who have different roads in life. He is a social worker, obviously is very in tune with that, and had some ideas about how to make families feel safe and heard, who have different experiences. Our families of our students who are people of color, and some of our other groups that just had experiences that are almost to the point that they are not sure how to talk about. And I just think anytime that we can signal to folks that we are willing to listen and we're open to ideas, that we should. And so I can be in touch on that. It's not really something that's board action. And Kelly, to explain to that, we actually don't want more than 3 people there. How we've scheduled these listening sessions is to occur for like 45 minutes to an hour prior to the board meeting. If we had more than 3, it would be a meeting, and we don't want that. So it's very informal, it's very conversational. But Chris had reached out, and so I wanted to share that with you guys too. And he had quite a few ideas about what that could look like. So that's that. I hate to do this, but I realized there was one question that we didn't answer under COVID discussions. And we were asked specifically to address it, and I'm not one to shirk responsibility. It was brought to our attention. We were asked to talk about exemptions for masks. Not that I want to do mask 5.0, but mask for employees with the mandate. We were asked to take a position on that, and so I think as a matter of integrity, I think that we should.
Can you elaborate on that?
Sorry, yes. So and I have to be careful how I do it so that I'm not going into personnel territories, but as you know, we're mask optional, but we're under a mandate, meaning that everyone has to wear a mask unless they can present an exemption.
Policy wise, up until this point, we made no distinction between students and staff. If they had an exemption, they turned that in. And some of the administration has asked for additional clarification on that from the board because should we hold staff to a higher standard if they're turning in? That's the question to be posed. It does create some gray areas for administration, figuring out how to deal with it. Mr. Dorothy, tell me to shut up whenever you feel like you need to, because I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but there is that question. It's not, there needs a request for additional clarity has been made about that. And because that request has been made of us, I think we need to be on the record about it one way or the other.
I think I'm probably in the majority. It would be my preference to tighten those for teachers, that they would have to have an actual note from their doctor.
What are the other thoughts?
I'll just add in there that we had this discussion last week at the co-op where we ultimately landed on a position of saying employees that are asking for an exemption can bring in documentation saying as such. They'll also be offered in providing a face shield if they wanted to go that route as well, to kind of add that additional layer of protection in for the students that they serve. That was there's two different representatives from each of the districts that are a part of the co-op, part of that conversation. This is a uniquely Baldwin situation we find ourselves in, where a multitude of staff members are asking for exemptions here. So I think having some higher degree of I don't say a requirement, but having that additional ask for staff members is important in this case here, because they set a good example for our kids, number one. And number two, there are parents who are rightfully concerned that their kids who they are concerned about being exposed to COVID are being exposed at school because their teachers are not masked. And so I think there's a very legitimate fine line we can draw there to say, please bring in an official note or wear a face shield or some other such negotiation in there too. Obviously, with full respect to people having medical exemptions and religious exemptions, but please provide some documentation of that and we can certainly authorize that.
I was not aware of that, the change you guys made until this evening. So I'd be fine amending what I said to following the work you guys have already done. That wording, the face, all that stuff.
Susan.
Because I heard you were trying before, so go ahead.
Yeah. No hurry. I support keeping our kids safe, and I think the mask and COVID aside, it's a safety thing, and we ask our educators to follow any safety guidelines, and so I am in agreement with Chris and Andy.
So, okay, I'm gonna argue the other side. And I personally have no problem wearing masks, but I'm just gonna the counterpoint. If we go down to this road and when we're barely able to keep our building open, are we willing, do we feel so strongly that the benefit outweighs the cost of potentially losing staff members saying, I'm not doing it and leaving? I just want us to think about unintended consequences. And that's not to diminish or take away, with all due respect to my colleagues here. I understand exactly what you're saying. And I too understand a higher level of whatever you need to do as a teacher. I understand the points you're making very clearly. But if you look at the offset, are we willing and are we prepared if we lose staff over this? And maybe we won't. Maybe I'm being cynical. Maybe I'm 2 years in and I've gotten crusty. But that's the flip side of this. If we go into Mask Wars 5.0, can we afford to lose people? And the decision may be that we can't, but I just wanted to offer that counterpoint.
I'd be curious to get the opinions of the principals of the buildings on how they feel about it. I think we get good feedback from what their feelings are about it. And then I guess I'd add a question. Do they get a break, or if they're in their planning period, they don't have students, are they able to unmask during that time? Or I know students go from class to class, they get to go to their lockers, go to the bathroom, they get some breaks throughout the day. Do the teachers get a break from their mask, or are they in it all day long?
Who wants to go first? I know you want to talk about masks again, so don't even act like you don't.
Don't quit.
I think when there's an order, I think it applies to employees. I think students are in a different category than employees are. And I think employees should be held. Part of my concern is I've already seen the divisiveness that's being created, not just by students, but by staff. And I'm willing to go to what you suggested. And I hate that. Absolutely hate that. But at some point, over some things, there needs to be a line drawn. And this is the expectation. This is the expectation. And perhaps you do need to go. I don't know whether wearing a mask is that issue. I hate that that's the issue.
Right.
But at some point, we gotta say, this is what we're asking.
Thank you.
What do the other administrators think?
Coming up here, I do want to recognize you guys are in kind of a tough spot answering this question. So as we all are answering the question to some extent. So, I mean, say what you need to say, obviously, but just I want to acknowledge that you're in sort of a tough spot when it comes to this topic.
I think I'm going to find myself outside of the issue.
Yeah.
The spirit of what men have passed.
Thank you. Maybe that's adequate.
And I will serious, I realize I'm doing this now. I don't know, Dr. Bergen, you said, this mask kind of reminds me of, when you're in football, you're at camp, remember that first sprint you run with pads and you're coming on.
Can't breathe.
You can't take it off.
Mhm.
I mean, what's coach going to say? Take it off. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't want to downplay this. But I've tried to be part of that. More so. So I'm just trying to use that. Maybe, and I get it on rational. There's no, if you're going to do something,
I just feel like if we're not going to model those expectations for children in those interactions, then we're setting ourselves up for failure. And I'll be the first to say, I don't want to wear it either. I don't. So that's kind of, I don't know. But I do get it, right? I've already said probably 3 other times in statements I made. I always look at things now like outcomes, 1 to 100. There certainly is an outcome, but that's maybe where someone's already said, well, then maybe it does legitimately take something from a medical professional.
Thank you.
Am I the only one that hadn't said anything yet? I think, okay, I'll
Dan,
I didn't want
you guys want to say?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Walsman, sorry.
Don't really have a strong feeling either way. I have several staff who've given them to me, and I don't feel qualified to question what's been given to me. Same way with students, we assume if a parent's giving us that, we don't have the right to ask for medical information. I wish the county would specify when they give an order that what they want in the language. That's been made clear that there's a loophole, and I feel like the integrity of the teacher is, if you're going to give me one, it's legit. If not, then that's the consequence. Your professional consequences are you have to justify it if somebody asks. And it makes it a little harder for you to have kids in your class who are struggling to wear them. And you have to, yeah, you have to put that on and you don't have one. But I'm not here to question whether someone's legit medical reasons are there or not. I frankly tired of battling with it on a daily basis. We've finally gotten back to some normal business in school, and this was a setback. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so everybody knows my stance on the masks, right? I'm 100% for anything that I thought would be even close to being protective or helpful or anything. To me, the best, I think early on, Tony and I were talking about this, and I said I wish there was a study out there that would show the difference, right? To say it's worth it. I think the best example I've seen so far is that Mr. Dorothy sent the email that said we have, 200 kids out or whatever it was on the same day that Lawrence High or that Lawrence school districts had 2,000 kids out. Our school districts we are about 1/10 the size of them. So here we were in a purely basically mask optional at that point, with lots of kids not wearing masks, some wearing masks. Lawrence has been masked tightly, with almost no exceptions for a long time. And yet I went through and looked up like their actual numbers and stuff. They're like at 16% out with COVID. We're like at 11% out. Statistically not a big difference, right? Even though you could start to argue and say, okay, that 2 or 3%, maybe that's enough, but I won't even argue that, because I'm not trying to say that it's better. I'm just trying to say it doesn't make a difference. To me, it's not about holding teachers to a higher standard, because I don't think that has to do with being, it's not about a dress code. It's not about something like that. And for me, it's not about even, like an idea about like if it's for safety, we should do it, because I don't think they work. I mean, if you just, and I don't want to get into that too, because I could talk all day, but I mean, even just going to the CDC website, talked a little bit about beards and just, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't show it. I still haven't seen any science. The mask mandate order references a study that was not even really a study, that was observational, that was done in 2019. So yeah, 2019, that talks about masks working. And if you read it, it's at the very end, they basically say this doesn't really prove it, it's just suggestive of it. And that's the study the mask mandate used to say this is why we're using this as a mask mandate. So I don't feel comfortable trying to tell people to do something that I don't think matters and that I don't think works. So until I see something different about it, I would not want to force anybody to wear a mask.
Well, this isn't a meta-analysis or anything. We do have some local data, because clearly the PC had significantly fewer cases and they were masked.
Yeah, but across the board, COVID has attacked kids way less. I mean, across the board.
But I'm saying from the IC, junior high and high school, significantly less at the PC, and they were the only building masked. It's not a meta-analysis, I know, but it is some local data.
So what we may have to do is we may just have to, just like we had to do with other things, at a certain point, you state your piece and we've listened to each other respectfully. We may get to a point where we need to either make a motion or not, because I think to do something different, it would require a motion to change it, because currently folks are operating in accordance to the county mandate, and the exception that the county, those areas of exemption that the county has laid out, folks are operating by. And I appreciate the principals being willing to speak about that, because again, I understand that part of like there's an integrity issue of asking more. I get that mindset, but I personally, the county mandate that we are beholden to also makes no specification about what the mask is. So I am not willing to fall down on the floor over this when the teacher says, okay, I won't wear, okay, my exception doesn't apply anymore. I'm gonna wear pantyhose on my face tomorrow. And that would be illegal.
Actually,
Right?
it does outline some masks. But to that point, it talks about a lot of things that the CDC says aren't masks. Like the county mandate says scarves work. The CDC says scarves don't work. The county mandate says the t-shirt would work. Right.
You can wear a scarf or a t-shirt. So any of these teachers that we get into, we go back to and say, this is the expectation. I guess as a board member, my feeling is, though I completely understand, and that's why I wanted to honor the request that we talked about it, because we could have just let it go and moved along. But we needed to be on the record about it one way or the other, because I do understand the problem that creates. At the same time, when the mandate itself, if that exception no longer applies tomorrow, then that same teacher comes in with a t-shirt. I mean, what are we fighting over? And again, I'm not trying to get into the efficacy of masks. I think there's differences with types of masks, but the county has not laid that out for us. So then we're owning parts of this mandate that are not ours. And I worry about that. And I worry that we again start over. If there's an integrity issue with a staff member, then that makes me think maybe there's an integrity issue that's a concern in other areas. I mean, and maybe it isn't just about the mask. And I would again rather us talk about education. So we all would, but I would not be in favor of making any change. But I do think that we have a different point of view on the board. Chris wants to say one more thing, and I think we need to make a motion and just let it see where it comes out.
Yeah, about that motion. And this is how the co-op chose to interpret this. And I think this is something that either helps the conversation or further dives us into the mud here, okay? The legal counsel that we received, and I'm not sure how much I can share because it's legal counsel here, that the co-op received was that the interpretation from the attorney of the county mandate was that a note from a physician or medical professional was required to provide an exemption. Okay, so there was no, what we're experiencing in Baldwin is a unique situation in which, in truth, my interpretation of this is there is one attorney who's advising families that they can write a note that has not been challenged in court. Okay, the attorney we were getting advice from the co-op's perspective was that a note, an authorized medical professional, so to speak, has to sign off on this exemption. And so our board did not make a motion to add any additional layer to adults. They just said that the director and the assistant director of the co-op are tasked with enforcing that provision more tightly than that attorney, that outside attorney who's not connected with the district or co-op was advising his clients on that note there. So again, I'm not sure if this helps or muddies the water here, but our co-op did not make a motion to do anything other than enable the director to enforce the mandate as our attorney was advising we should interpret that.
And see, my understanding is that we've been advised differently.
I agree. This is
And so that's why it's confusing.
and as is that attorney who's the independent attorney who's advising parents. So this is where we're getting that legal muckety muck water here, where depending on who you ask about the interpretation there, this is coming from KSB recommendation for the co-op anyway. So in the end, we didn't make a recommendation to do anything differently than enforcing the mandate.
Gotcha.
To the extent that's listed out in the mandate itself. So again, not sure if that helps or hinders our conversation, but There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
So basically two different sets of rules, one for the students and one for the teachers is what we're considering. Hard.
Phil, I hope you realize that I respect your professional judgment, but I also think
I
you're
got
very
thick skin.
selective about the studies that you look at. I would agree that masks aren't everything, right? They don't fit properly. They come off, people take them off, right? They're not perfect, but I do think there's something, right? And I think there are studies out there that demonstrate that there is some efficacy to wearing masks. So I can't go to either extreme on this, right? Are they the solution? No, if there was a solution, we'd be further along, right? But I think we'd be worse off if we didn't have mask policies and some social distancing policies as well. So I try to be consistent and be practical throughout this pandemic, and try to say what can we do to mitigate the passage of this virus through our culture, and what might be a step too far. And I don't think masks are a step too far, right? I don't like the idea of having rules for kids and different rules for the adults. And I agree. I don't like the idea of thinking that is going to be the deciding factor as to whether a staff member wants to continue being employed by the school district. But if that is the case, then I think Kelly's right. We got larger issues than just the mask. Right? And so I would like to honor the requests and honor the positions that we heard from the principals, and say, if you're an employee at a school, here's the rule: you got to wear a mask. And if you have a documented note from a physician that you can help wear a mask, then we can make the exemption. You can't just write a note for yourself.
So I have an idea. When, Paul, you said we're gonna have to do a special meeting to come back to SR3, right? What if we said, hey, gang, can we get all hands on deck for a week? Or two? I mean, because here's the thing, you know, it's the permanence of things that because we will have some staff members who are really stressed out. And if we're saying that a doctor's note is now required, I want to understand what we're asking for. Is that even, I mean, we'd still honor that, but some of those people may have no problem getting that. I mean, I understand, I align with Dan in the sense, Mr. Wellsmith, sorry, I'm not qualified to know what people's medical situations. Do I think in every case it's a medical situation? My gut tells me it's not, okay? But I have no qualification as a school board member to even go there, or as a human. So, but I also understand what Tony's saying. Ought we try, you know, not to try something? I understand so is there something that we can do? Things are nuts right now. Can we get people to buy into this for a week or two until we meet for SR3? Is that a middle road that we can agree to, that we're gonna do that for a couple weeks and see? I don't know.
My fear of that is, you know, a year ago, I made the joke that we were only 2 years into 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Now here we are a year later. Now we're 3 years into 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Yeah.
So I don't want to just say we're going to do something for 2 weeks and leave it open ended.
Yeah, you're right.
My suspicion is especially with KDHE coming down and now reducing this requirement for testing. You know, the stuff I've been reading has been saying that Omicron is so contagious that it's almost not stoppable. The nice thing is that it's not, you have real high morbidity, mortality rates. So there's been a little bit of some, you know, talk, and nothing official that I've seen, but I mean, lots of stuff about like maybe this is the time you just take off the masks and you let it run through and you'd be done with it. So I think there's a significant chance that when that, was it February 22nd on the mask mandate, when that comes back, I think maybe they don't extend it, you know?
Is it that deep? Does it go?
I think it's,
It
I'm
was
pretty
30
sure.
days.
Yeah.
Whatever the 30 days.
Maybe it was February 8th, no? February 9th, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that puts us out to, but to your point though, Kelly, that puts us out how far? I mean, it's the 18th today, you know, that's
3 weeks.
3 weeks, I guess. Because my assumption then would be when the mask mandate, if the mask mandate goes away, then that rule would go away, right? I mean, that's not something we're just saying over the rest of the school year, we're going to do this or anything.
For our policy, that's on those mask option.
Right.
So it would revert to that unless the board made a motion.
Right, to change that. So, I mean, there would be your, you know, if you had to do it for 2 weeks, again, I'm not going to vote for it, but I'm only one person. But I'm saying if you're looking for a hard deadline stop, because I get your point about saying like instead of like, you know, you could say that's 3 weeks instead of your 2 weeks.
So in
I
a
don't
way,
like
we're,
it. Oh, sorry, I don't want to get into it, but I also don't want to ignore what three principals are saying to me when they say this is important as a matter of professional integrity. I want to value that, and that's where I'm feeling like, could we try something? I don't want to get into mask stuff.
can I ask a question? Can they not at their building make that happen? Is that not in their authority to say that that's how they're going to handle it at their building, or does this have to be handled at our level? Because I feel like we're talking about handling this mask mandate from the county in two different versions now. And that's just hard, I think, for us to navigate or to, I mean, as much as I want to support them, I just feel like it's a tough spot to be in.
Kelly, I would say that it's often wise and appropriate for them to count on us to make those decisions and use us as the shield.
I get you.
Yeah, we can't defer down to the bottom level. You know,
I respect that. I respect that. I just needed to understand that.
So I would vote for it. I'm not very comfortable with the wording because I wish you would do it, Susan, if you're willing, because I know.
To make a motion or
To make a motion if you're willing to, because you understand what the visor situation, maybe the wording, and I'm a little worried about doing that wording.
Yeah, because you two just did it. And I think that we've discussed it.
Well, we
we've heard
didn't
each
do
other.
anything.
And I know it's a different thing, but I still think you may be more familiar with the wording than I would.
If I can point out one, I'm looking at the order right now, and this is kind of what we circled around to. I'm looking at the county mandate. What we came to was, and there's a second bullet point in there that says persons with a medically verifiable and documented medical condition. We were just asking for verification of that exemption. And I think ultimately we didn't make a motion at all to this extent there. If they're asking for the exemption, they need to in some way verify or show documentation of that need. And that was sort of the, you know, just that paperwork logistics that we were kind of asking for, not from a board resolution standpoint, but just saying logistically, let's put it on paper so that if we do get, in some senses, so if we do get sued by parents because you aren't wearing a mask, we have documentation of your exemption in here, and to kind of help us illustrate and cover, you know, what in that circumstance there as well. But I mean, again, it's I don't like any part of this discussion either, because I hate that the county's put us in this position. This is exactly what we said in the co-op board as well. But ultimately, we have to know. I think somebody mentioned this earlier. Where is our line that we're drawing in the sand here in terms of what those allowable exemptions are? We have crossed this bridge a long time ago with the kids, and I don't think we can uncross it by asking for full verification. But with staff, because it is fairly new, we do have an opportunity here, or however you want to look at that. Maybe it's not an opportunity, but we have I don't know. We owe it to the community to kind of clarify that point, I guess. Anyway.
I think that paper that people have been turning in for their kids is basically exactly what you just described.
Yeah.
Which is just saying that it's a yes, you know, they're saying yes, it is. But so you're to ask for a doctor's note does go above and beyond. It is. I mean, I think it does ask for more than what the county mandate asks for.
So and I won't get into personnel outside of this too, but there were some some handwritten notes from
Right.
from
Okay.
from
Gotcha.
employees
Yeah.
that were
So that,
that
I
were-
mean, that's
Yeah.
one thing, but I think, you know, when you've got basically a legally drawn, I guess, a template drawn up, you have a hard time
yeah.
doing. I can see that, you know.
And that's why I'm saying we need a motion on the record to be the shield one way or the other, because, you know, we've been advised differently on what is acceptable.
Yes, I
That
agree.
note that we saw, that has been deemed acceptable thus far. And so if we are going to reach beyond the county with the mandate, then I just think that there needs to be a motion and people need to vote how they feel about that. Understanding that there's nuance to all of it. And again, it's so much more complex than being pro-mask or anti-mask. We know this. You know, it won't necessarily be characterized that way because people just look at the number of it. But we understand that there's lots of reasons to vote for or against something that have nothing to do with just what seems obvious. So I think we've heard each other out, and that's great. I think it's time to have some action one way or the other, and then and I want to give Mr. Dorothy an opportunity to weigh in if he would like, but if not, I think we're to a place where we just need to make a decision so that they know.
If you want to, you don't have to, but if you want to, I just want you to make sure you have the same opportunity as the administrators.
Well, I guess it's fine for me to say what I really want to say right now, which is, I'm afraid we've been fighting with people for 2 years. And here we go again. We're going to fight again. And we're going to have some staff members that are going to be extremely upset. And yes, I know I have some staff members that are getting on me about why are you not enforcing this more? Well, we're living with the advice we had. So now we're going to jump in and say those things that we've been accepting, we're not going to accept those. Now we're saying that you need to verify this. I just, we will do what we got to do. I just think we're taking on battles that I hope I don't have to close school in a couple of days because we have a bunch of staff say I'm done. I'm out. I'm out the door. So I guess if it's worth it, I get it. I get it, but I have a hard time. I just want kids in school. I want to go to school. Staff there. I want to teach them. And yes, I want to do the best we can do. If you feel that we need to make this step, then fine, I can understand. But I also know what this may be like. I guess I could ask you a couple of things. One, do you feel like you have to make that decision tonight? That we have to go force this tonight? Or can you wait until I have a little bit of time to talk with administrators? I need to know how many folks this is really going to affect, how many handed in this, how many handed in just a handwritten note that said, which we should not have accepted, that just said, I'm not wearing a mask. So, I don't know, there's some things I would like better answers on before I say to the board, jump in here tonight and let's go with this. I would, and even if you decided we're going to do that tonight, I'd be asking you, just like I asked the county, can we have a few days for people to go get the medical evidence before we say, no, you're in a mask tomorrow, or you're walking out the door? And that's just wrong. I'm uncomfortable, but most certainly, if the board votes tonight says that, and that's what we're going to will follow through with that.
Well, I'll confess, I've already spoken my opinion on this, but I'm also the guy who said, I don't know how to word it. And that makes me uncomfortable. And we've had times during this whole crisis where we've had poorly worded things and had to come back, and that doesn't help anybody. So I'm not opposed to a let's really figure this out the right way situation.
Well, if we could wait to a special meeting, say that, because we're gonna have to do it anyway for the transfer application. If we wait, until next week, say next Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday of the next week, then I think we can get a lot more information about what we think this is going to be. We also give that opportunity for, that staff member that wants to kind of voice their opinion about it before we make that decision. Without just saying, nope, sorry, we made this decision and then you call into it.
I think that makes sense.
That's my thoughts. I'm not supporting administrators. I get that. I'd like to make sure we approach this well. And anyway, that's just my opinion.
Thank you. I think that helped a lot. And my first night, and this was the first thing that I was having, my gut was torn because I want to support them, but I was having a hard time wrapping my arms around two different sets of rules coming from a mandate. And so I think some time to figure out and maybe see the impact would be the prudent thing to do.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be tough to convince me, but I don't think this is worthy of what we were elected to do. But I'm open-minded and I'm a team player and I respect everybody up here, so I'm always willing to compromise and I'm always gonna listen to our folks. But I do think we need to give more time. So if the board is comfortable, let's table that. So nothing changes in lieu of a motion, nothing changes from how it is right now. So nothing changes until we hear, if we hear back. And we have 7 of us now, so 4 passes a motion. And, again, sometimes it gets to that point where you just have to vote on things, but hear you loud and clear. That time is not tonight. So let's go ahead. Is interesting segue that's quite relevant. Board support for district staff, students, and families. Well, part of that is maybe not talking about masks all the time, but I digress. That's underneath superintendent's report. Mr. Dorothy.
Well, we had Kelly and I had talked about trying to explore the staff and students and families more. As we've been going through this whole thing, and some ways that we might be able to do that. I think Kelly had a couple ideas. I'll let Kelly kind of talk about the idea that she had. That I also, I know you got a patron that's slowly gets mental health days. I get it. I get it. But at the same time, I think the board might still want to consider that as an option. Again, we decided that something that was support staff and what they have going on. But you want to talk about what your was.
Well, it's all cheesy stuff, but I read a really good article that I just wanted to share. It was actually from Forbes, which is not really an academic journal per se, but of all the things I've read, I thought this was really good. It was talking specifically about morale. Take stuff off teachers' plates. What happened, really evaluating what the daily work is. Granted, that's not a motion for tonight. This is stuff for us to think about in a vision forward, initiative-driven kind of way that is not going to happen effectively at 11 o'clock at night. It says, and here's where I can say, ooh, hypocrite and also not helpful. Stop preaching self-care. I say it all the time. My intentions were good, but it's hypocritical of me to say it because I'm terrible at it. And people don't have time to do self-care. They're just, that's not helpful, according to this article. And I hadn't thought of it that way. Teachers don't have time for self-care. Staff. Adjust your expectations of what it means for teachers to catch students up. And all of that begins with equipping teachers for their real work and rebuilding trust.
So the premise of the article is that there's no going back, and I kind of mentioned this earlier. There are things that we need to hold on to and things that we need to let go. And to the degree that we're able as a board, how could we be creative about that? Some district-wide things that would be nice for connection. I thought it would be really cool. This is the cheesy part that has nothing to do with anything really substantive, but you know, an all-district school picture, like meeting out on the field over there sometime when it's nice. And look at what we've all come through and done together. It's a small thing. You can do like an aerial shot. But for little kids to see big kids and big kids to see teachers they had when they were little, that might be something, you know, we could maybe have some fellowship and I don't know, some treats or something. I don't know. It's just an idea. But I wanted to bring it up, that part, not because that's the perfect idea, but just to invite other board members. And I know Mr. Dorsey spent a lot of time thinking about this too. What can we do? We convey our support and we mean it in our words, but how can our actions, which are more important than our words anyways, how can our actions go past even the sentiments that we are saying, thank you for everything you're doing? Because people are tired on a whole new level than what I think was even envisioned last year. This was supposed to be our, you know, trip to the promised land this year, and here we are. In some ways, you know, folks feeling even more frustrated than they were. So how can we address that meaningfully where we help teachers remember that it is those relationships that get kids in the door and make them excited about what their futures are and just planting that seed. That starts here. And what it also means is not allowing conditions whereby people are so frustrated and tired that they start to turn on each other. And I'm gonna just keep it very real. I'm seeing that happen more and more. And it's exhaustion and it's human and it's understandable. But I think rather than just kind of letting it, sometimes it's wiser just to let things settle. And sometimes it's say, well, we got to turn the fire hose on this. And so I just would like to ask the board to continue thinking about that and come back to our next regular meeting in February with, you know, maybe some ideas about what we could do, or email them to Mr. Dorothy. It doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda item in February, but I just want to plant the seed. I know Mr. Dorothy thinks about it every single day, and I know that our administrators are too. And our teachers are thinking of that for the kids, but we need to think about it for them and then follow it up with an action plan, in my opinion. So that's my pitch.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have any more executive session time, to my knowledge, right? Okay, so we need to approve the personnel report. And then adjourn. Would someone like to make the motion for the personnel report, which, as you will see, has a few folks on there. We have a member of our junior high teacher that's leaving, Kristen Olson, who was a Kansas Teacher of the Year. I can't remember the exact distinction, but we wish her well. She's been an incredible asset to the junior high, and she will be missed. We also have, I saw Bronte Bailey was on there, but not a full, right? That's just
for coaching.
Just for coaching, okay, but not just for coaching, because coaching's a big deal. And then last but not least, we have Cindy Frick as our financial director, who will officially be saying goodbye to, and wishing her well in her next endeavor. May it be the highest and cleanest. Thank you so much, Cindy. We appreciate everything and we wish you the best. With that, is there a motion for approving the personnel?
Motion to approve the personnel report as presented.
Thank you.
Second.
Phil has moved and Susan has seconded that we approve the personnel report as presented. Many thanks for the folks who are on there. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Motion for adjournment.
Motion for adjournment.
Second.
Phil has moved and Chris has seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Don't forget to sign the resolutions in the back.
I put my mask off so I could yell.
And meeting is adjourned at 10:54.